Да. Все, Вивальди закончился. Да.
Vivaldi is over.
Здравствуйте.
Good morning.
Пожалуйста,
We
присядьте.
kindly ask you to take your seats.
Возьмите, пожалуйста, наушники.
Please take your headsets.
Самое главное, потому что у
This is
нас,
the most important thing.
у нас мероприятие
We have
на русском.
the event in Russian, English and Romanian languages, so please take your seats.
Мы не начинаем.
We will not start the official opening of the event yet, because there is also a newcomer session. This is especially for those who are rookies or the newcomers in the best meaning of this word. And our Gergana Petrova, RIPE NCC, will also have a presentation, and we will have time to get to know each other. But now, let's welcome Gergana Petrova, who will have a presentation for the newcomers. So she will tell us what RIPE NCC is. Let's applaud her.
Me. Thanks, Vahan, for the kind introduction. I'm going to speak in English, so please bear with me for the next 1 hour. I have prepared the introductory presentation for you that is going to go over... Oh, this doesn't work. Can somebody from technical team help me with the clicker? I would like to go to the next slide. Okay. All right, so what are we going to talk about today? I'm going to share with you a few words about the RIPE community and a very important process that we call the policy development process. I'm going to share a few words about RIPE NCC, the organization. I'm going to talk about the meetings that we organize, the RIPE meetings, as well as some other events, such as the regional and national meetings that we host, and I'm going to talk about a few other programs that I think would be interesting to some of you. All right, so the first question that we get asked a lot when we meet people that are coming for the first time to our events is, what is the difference between RIPE and RIPE NCC? So let me spend a few minutes talking about this. So first of all, what is RIPE? The abbreviation is in French. It stands for Réseau IP Européen. I'm not going to forgive my poor pronunciation. So RIPE is actually a community that was formed in 1989 for the purpose of helping distribute the resources, internet resources in Europe. You can see on the screen 4 main characteristics of this community. Open refers to the fact that anybody is free to join and participate in the RIPE community. You don't need to pay any membership fee, you don't need to fill out any application form, so long as you are want to be involved in creating the policy for the RIPE community, you are welcome to form a part of the community. Inclusive refers to the fact that the RIPE community doesn't care what your day job is, we don't care what sort of education you have. Anybody who is interested in contributing can do so. Bottom-up refers to how decisions are made. Decisions are made by the community, for the community. There isn't voting, for example. Decisions are made by something that we call rough consensus, and by all the people that constitute the RIPE community. Transparent refers to the fact that all of the main decisions are taken on the mailing lists. The mailing lists are also publicly archived, so anybody, be it a member of the RIPE community or just somebody interested in checking out the archives, can do so. They're public archives. So the RIPE community was created in order to share information and best practices But also a very important function of the RIPE community is to talk about policy development and to create policies for the RIPE community. And then I'm going to briefly talk about RIPE NCC. So what is RIPE NCC? The NCC, the abbreviation is in English, stands for Network Coordination Center. And so RIPE NCC, in very short, is the secretariat for the RIPE community. RIPE NCC is a legal organization. It was formed 3 years after the RIPE community in 1992 as a membership organization. We are based in Amsterdam. We also have an office in Dubai. In total, we have about 190 staff members, most of them in Amsterdam, some of them in Dubai, and we also have a few staff members that are based in other countries in order to be closer to our membership. So RIPE NCC provides a lot of services that I'm going to talk about later on in this presentation. And we also implement the policies that the RIPE community has created. So in that sense, we are the secretariat of the RIPE community. All right, let's go into a little bit more detail about the RIPE community. First of all, I want to encourage you all to join the mailing list for the RIPE community, the RIPE Discuss list. You can see the URL on the screen. As I mentioned, anybody can join. The archives are public, so if you want to check out what discussions took place in the past, check out the public archives. You can start a discussion on any topic that is related to internet networking. And yeah, I would like to very much encourage you to join that mailing list. Another thing about the RIPE community is a lot of the work is structured in different groups. We have working groups which are there for a long time, structured in around a particular topic. And we have task forces which are also structured around a particular topic. The expectation is that the task force lasts a little bit shorter period of time. So they have a particular task that they want to work on and finish the work after a few years. Here you can see on the screen all of the currently existing working groups. So we have address policy, connect, cooperation, database, DNS, IPv6, measurement and tools, open source, Internet of Things, the RIPE NCC services, routing, and security working group. The security working group was what was previously known as the anti-abuse working group. It renamed to security recently. So if there is a topic that you're interested in, or topics from the above, you can also join the mailing lists for that particular working group and then contribute to the discussion, contribute to any policies that the working group is currently working on, and so on. About the task forces, we have one task force that is currently active, the Best Current Operational Practices Task Force. But as I mentioned, task forces are usually focusing on a very particular problem that they're trying to solve, in the next 2-3 years. So we have quite a lot of task forces that become active, work on the issue, and then close shortly after. So some recently closed task forces, the DNS Resolver, Best Common Practices. We had a Code of Conduct task force that created a Code of Conduct that also is valid for this meeting, RIPE database requirements, and so on. And so on the URL underneath, you can find the mailing list for all of our working groups and all of the task forces. Again, I want to encourage you, if there is any topic that you find interesting, and if you are in this meeting, there must be, please also join the mailing list of that working group. And so I also wanted to introduce you to the RIPE chair team. The RIPE chair is the one who ensures the smooth functioning of the RIPE community. They're very involved with, for example, the convening the RIPE meeting, as well as guiding the discussion. For example, if we want to create a new working group or a new task force, the RIPE chair plays an important role in that. The RIPE chairs are also representing the community in other fora, for example, other meetings such as ITF, ICANN, and so on. And there are two. There is the RIPE chair and the vice chair. They have a term, usually 5 years. And actually very recently, just a few weeks ago, we had elections. And Miriam Kune was re-elected to the post of RIPE chair, and Anna Wilson was elected to be the RIPE vice chair. So I wanted to introduce you to both of them. All right, a little bit about the policy development process, since it's a very important aspect of what the RIPE community does. So first of all, what sort of policies, when I say policy development process, obviously I'm talking about policies, what sort of policies are included in that. Anything that relates to allocating or assigning internet resources or transferring internet resources. The policies, oh, my slides disappeared. Wow. I will just continue talking. Yes, thank you. So the policies, as I mentioned, are developed by the RIPE community for the RIPE community. Decisions, the most important milestones are always first reflected in the mailing lists. Of course, face-to-face discussions also help. So you can meet at events, be it the RIPE meeting, be it anywhere else where the internet community is convening. And you can talk to like-minded people. For example, if you're thinking about proposing a policy yourself or commenting on a policy that is currently under discussion, you can talk to others face-to-face as well. I mentioned how decisions are made by rough consensus. What does that mean? We don't vote. So, oh, if we have 51% then the policy is passing. No, that is not how it happens. At the RIPE community, we try to address properly any major concerns. So long as a person is having a valid and big concern about a certain policy, we try to change the policy and adapt the policy until that concern is dealt with and properly addressed. So trying to work out the differences and continuing with policies that the majority have reached a consensus is a good way forward, is very important for the community. A little diagram of how this works. Let me see if I can make. Yes, so you see here the RIPE community, a rather big, a big group. Here we have the LARs, the local internet registries that are members of RIPE NCC, but as you can see on the slide, the RIPE community is much bigger than RIPE NCC's members. Anybody, even those who are not members of RIPE NCC, the organization, can be a part of the RIPE community and participate in the decision-making process. Mailing lists and RIPE meetings, very important part of the discussion and decision-making at the RIPE community. And here you have all the working groups who are working on policies concerning specific topics. So a lot of policies are discussed in the working groups, in the PDP, the policy development process. Once a consensus has been reached and the policy is finalized, it is passed on to RIPE NCC for implementation. So RIPE NCC is the organization that implements the policies once they're final. I would like to encourage you to participate in this, in the policy development process. It's for you. Since you are here, you're already members of the RIPE community, so this process is for you. You can follow announcements, any new announcements on the mailing list that is on the URL, ripe.net/community/policies. And then you can join any discussion on current policy proposals. You can stay up to date to new policies that have reached consensus. And keep in mind, you can also propose a new policy. So if there is a change that you want to see in the world, you can participate in making that change happen by proposing a new policy. And I also want to mention here that don't be afraid of the process either. RIPE NCC has a policy development officer who can help you. For example, if you're worried that you're not sure about how the whole process works, they can give you information about this. If you're worried about the level of your English, we can also provide help with that. We're trying to make it as easy as possible for you to participate in this process. Just a summary slide, so nothing new. Just, who does what in the policy development process? The RIPE community is the one that creates the proposals and discusses the proposals. The RIPE community is the one who seeks consensus among the participating individuals. The working group chairs, they're the ones that accept the proposal. They're the ones that chair the discussion about the proposal and preside over the discussion. And once they're also the ones that determine, okay, we have reached consensus, so I'm accepting the policy, or there has been no consensus, so the policy doesn't go forward. As I mentioned, RIPE NCC acts as a secretariat, so we're helping proposers in that process. And once the policy has been accepted, we publish the policy document and we also implement it. Let me see how I'm doing with time. All right. Okay, so now I'm moving to RIPE NCC, the organization. So this is a very, very quick summary slide of what RIPE NCC does. We are one of the 5 regional internet registries in the world. And we allocate and register blocks of internet number resources, V4, V6, ASNs, to internet service providers and also other organizations. Any organization that wants to have its own network in our service region, they go to us. We do also a lot of other services. You can see on the bullet point, we operate the K route. We have a global measurement network called RIPE Atlas. We have a lot of widgets that visualize the data via RIPE-Stat. A lot of data on routing can be shared via RIS. I'm going to go in more detail about this later on in my slides. In addition to this, we cooperate with the community. We're also involved in a lot of public policy discussions about the internet. In the last, I would say, 20, but especially 10 years, the internet has become a very hot topic also in public policy makers, so governments, regulators around the world, but also in our service region, are talking about regulating the internet more and more. And so we try to provide information so that the policies are well informed. Here is a view of where the 5 regional internet registries are. Here you can see the territory of RIPE NCC, so Europe, Middle East, and parts of Central Asia. And our 4 other sister organizations, you have ARIN here in North America, LACNIC in Latin America, AFRINIC for Africa, and then APNIC for Southeast Asia and Oceania. And so very similar to RIPE NCC, our sister organizations have their own communities that are responsible for setting the policies for their respective communities. Let me see if I can move forward. I'm going to talk very briefly about a few major functions that RIPE NCC has, and one of them is the registry. We maintain the RIPE database that is the public view of the registry. That is the information that our members, the LARs, the local internet registries, put about their networks or about their customers. Our members can allocate and manage internet number resources either via the LAR portal, or they can also ask us for help to do that. We also investigate hijacks and policy violations. We support the policy development process that I spoke about in my previous slides. And we also have a program to ensure secure routing. BGP is inherently insecure. All the network operators are announcing, hey, these are the addresses that I hold, and we trust each other. But through RPKI, you can send signed statements with a digital certificate that certify that you're the rightful resource holder, so that people know that if there's traffic headed to these numbers, you're the rightful resource holder, so they send the traffic to you. Information services, we do a lot. So in addition to supporting the community and having the registry, we do quite a lot of other work that is supporting the good functioning of the internet around the globe. A lot of measurement services. I mentioned RIPE Atlas, which is a global measurement network of passive measurements of networks across the world. We have more than 12,000 probes. Some of them are software probes, some of them are hardware probes. We also have some hardware probes available for you in front at the desk. We also have 800 anchors, which is like a bigger probe that makes even more measurements. And so network operators around the world are using this global measurement system to take a look at their network, to take a look at how their network is viewed from the other side of the globe, to compare their network with other networks, and so on. RIS, the routing information system, provides, well, as the name suggests, routing information. You can look at take a look at how the BGP table looks like from the other side of the globe. All of these can be visualized in RIPE IP map, and RIPEstat is a platform that provides a lot of visualizations of all of the data that is contained in the registry that RIPE Atlas is getting. There are a lot of widgets that can help you with that. The picture on the slide is from the different widgets that are available to visualize the data in RIPEstat. Next to this, we also operate the KRoot, one of the 13 root name servers. We also delegate reverse DNS zones, so DNS maps names to numbers, and reverse DNS maps numbers to names. So we have delegated a few zones for our members to put this information about their address ranges. And we also provide reliable authoritative name servers. So we do provide some extra DNS services for our members. A little bit about the RIPE database. So the RIPE database provides accurate registration information on internet number resources. How accurate this information is, we of course rely on our members, the local internet registries, to update information about their network, to update information about their customers. So if you are a member of RIPE NCC, please keep in mind it's very important that the role that you play in updating the database as well. We publish routing policies by network operators in something that is called the RIPE Internet Routing Registry. We facilitate coordination between network operators. So if you put accurate and up-to-date information, contact information of you in the database, then, for example, when there are incidents, other network operators can get in touch with you and try to troubleshoot together. I already mentioned the reverse DNS services that we provide. Enum, that is a limited service that aims to map DNS with telephone numbers. We're offering, well, it didn't take off that much, but we're still offering support for it. And all of the measurement data that I mentioned before, we also have in-house researchers. You're going to hear from some of them also during this event that they publish a lot of the findings, from the measurement tools that we have. That is a valuable work as well. Let me go to the next slide. All right, the LAR portal, those of you who are members have probably seen the picture on the slide before. The LAR portal is what lets you manage your registry data. You can make queries, you can update your data there, you can make requests for IP version 4, IP version 6, AS numbers. You can also open tickets with member services, you can view your billing and membership information, and also that is the portal through which you can secure your routing with RPKI. My colleague Marco is going to talk about the registry a bit later today. He has a presentation, so that is what I'm going to share with you for now. All right, moving on to community and engagement. We do a lot as the secretariat for the RIPE community, and one of the main things we do is we organize the RIPE meeting. The RIPE meeting, that is the fora where the RIPE community meets. We also organize other events, regional meetings. We offer training courses throughout our service region. And also we offer for free e-learning, and we also offer professional certifications. I already mentioned that the internet is becoming much talked about in government and government policy circles, and so we try to contribute to those discussions as well by providing accurate information on how the internet works. On the image, you see a picture of RIPE Labs. RIPE Labs is our platform for publishing any interesting pieces of research or articles that relate to the internet, the architecture of the internet. If you have a little bit of time, I encourage you to take a look at that. We also have other programs like the RIPE Fellowship, like RACI. I'm going to go into more details about this in the next slide, so I'm not going to go into detail right now. And finally, we also support national NOGs. NOGs, that stands for Network Operator Groups, and we have quite a lot of these in our service region. So we offer support by, for example, connecting them to interesting people to deliver presentations. We also offer financial support to the organizers to organize the event, and we also send speakers to NOGs. Speaking of NOGs, I wanted to give a little bit more information about what a network operators group is and what happens during these events. So this is an informal community similar to the RIPE community. It's, however, the NOG is on a national level mostly. So this is a group of networking professionals. So usually internet service providers, telecom operators, internet exchange points, researchers that are researching internet networking, and also other stakeholders. What happens during these events? By the way, every country has a very different format for these events. Some countries gather every month for drinks at the bar. Other countries have a very professionally organized event with hundreds of participants in a big hotel with a lot of presentations. So the format of these events varies a lot. What is common in all of them, the aim is to transfer knowledge between different operators, to offer mentorship and community support between different operators, to talk about problems that the network operators are having, how to respond to them, how to fix them, coordinate on routing, DNS, IP address management, to promote best practices, and of course also help peering and interconnection growth. Now, why am I mentioning this? There is no network operators group that we know of in Moldova, and so I want you to think about if this is an initiative that you might want to start. It is, if you're having any concerns, let us know. We can help along the way. We can also introduce you to other organizations whose goal is to help NOGs start, who also provide financial support. So basically all that you need to create and to start a NOG is a few interested people, people who are willing to put the work, to put an event together, to invite people. And yeah, so let me know, any of my colleagues, as well. I see here in front of me also members of the Romanian NOG, Eric, Angela, hello. So you can also speak with, representatives of NOGs in other countries of our service region to see how it is going for them. They have a very successful NOG in Romania. All right, moving on to the RIPE meetings, I want to mention a few words. So what is a RIPE meeting? I already mentioned the RIPE meeting is the main fora where the RIPE community meets. It takes place over the course of 5 days, so an entire week. With what participants would you find there? Internet service providers, network operators, anybody else who is having their own network, be it in a university, a bank, an airport. So what discussions happen during the RIPE meeting? We discuss policies and procedures around resource allocation. We discuss current technical and policy issues, and we share experiences. And I think one of the increasingly important aspects of the RIPE meeting is networking. So you're able to meet other network operators, not only from RIPE NCC service region, but even beyond, that come to our events. We hold it twice a year. So usually the first event is in spring, in May, and then the second event is in October or beginning of November. I want to remind you, especially new LARs, you have 2 free tickets and you have 2 years to use them. So if you haven't used yours yet, please think about doing so. Also to mention, all of the RIPE meeting sessions are recorded and they are archived. So if for whatever reason you're not able to attend, but you find a certain topic interesting, you can see the video recordings and also the presentation slides. They are available in the URL of the meeting. The URL is usually RIPE, and then XX stands for the number of the meeting. So our last meeting, RIPE 90, the URL is ripe90.ripe.net. During the RIPE meetings, we also have the working group sessions. The working group sessions are also recorded and they're also minuted, so you can find the recordings and the minutes of them available. If you're thinking about joining a certain working group of a topic that is interesting to you, but just not sure, I would also like to encourage you, a good way to find out what the working group is working on is by watching a few recordings of the last few sessions at the RIPE meeting of that working group. So that would give you an idea of the work that's going on there. And I also want to invite you for our next RIPE meeting. RIPE 91 is going to take place in Bucharest, so not very far from here. I think it's a very good way for those of you who are newcomers to also join the RIPE meeting. It's in October 20th to 24th of October this year, so just in a few months. The registration for this meeting is open. The call for presentations is also open for the meeting. So if there is something that you want to share with the RIPE community, also think about submitting a presentation there. Anybody can submit a presentation, the program committee is the one who decides on the plenaries. The working group chairs are the ones who decide on the working group sessions. Think about this opportunity, and I really hope to see you in Bucharest. I want to mention very briefly about the RIPE NCC general meeting, because I'm talking about the difference between the RIPE community and RIPE NCC. So the RIPE NCC general meeting happens during the week of the RIPE meeting, but they are not at all the same meeting. So they're very separate meetings with 2 different registrations. The RIPE meeting is where the RIPE community meets, and the RIPE NCC general meeting is a meeting for the members of RIPE NCC. During that meeting, we discuss the RIPE NCC operations. It is a way for us to get feedback from our members as well. We present our activity plan and budget to our members, and also our members can vote on any number of resolutions. For example, the charging scheme, the executive board elections, the financial report, and any other resolutions that might be happening at that time. As I mentioned, this is a separate meeting, members only, and it requires a separate registration. A few slides about the other events that we are organizing, regional and national meetings. On the screen, you see the 3 regular regional meetings that we are organizing in our service region, in no particular order. The SCE meeting, Southeast Europe meeting, as the name suggests, focuses on countries in Southeast Europe. You can see here that we're having in 2026, so next year, we're having the 14th iteration. This year in April, we had SC13. So next year in Belgrade, we're having the 14th Southeast Europe meeting. The meeting is free of charge. So you don't have to pay any registration fee when you're registering. So if Belgrade isn't too far from here, you can also consider joining us for this meeting as well. Next, we have CAPIF, the Central Asia Peering and Interconnection Forum. You can see here that this year we're having the 4th iteration, so this is a relatively new regional meeting that we have. The focus there is Central Asia. This year, the meeting is taking place in Almaty. Similar to SCE, the meeting is free of charge. Anybody can register. And then we have MINOG, the Middle East Network Operators Group. You can see that this year we're having the 25th meeting, so this meeting has quite a lot of history, a lot older than the other ones. And this year it's going to take place in Dubai in November. All of the meetings, also MINOG, is free of charge, so you don't need to pay any registration fee. I wanted to share a few some information about how many newcomers, so new people, attend these meetings, because I don't want you to feel alone. At RIPE meetings, 1 in 4 people has not attended any previous RIPE events. So if you're worried that you're going to go there and everybody's going to already know each other, don't worry. 1 in 4 people is going to be also just as new as you. The percentage is even higher in our regional meetings, so 30 to 50% of attendees are newcomers. And in national events, such as the RIPE NCC Days in Moldova, more than 50% are newcomers. I was looking at the registrations. We have about 160 registrations for the event today, and more than 100 of those are newcomers. So I think it is a really, really great event for everybody to get to know each other and form a community in Moldova as well. I want to encourage you to speak to us. We want to hear from you. During our presentations, please come to the mic and let us know what you think about the presentations. Talk to us during the coffee breaks. My colleagues have a RIPE NCC services desk outside. Please also chat with them on any RIPE NCC related topic. Why it is important to participate? We have done an inquest with RIPE community members, what they find the most valuable, and consistently they say that being able to engage with other network operators is one of the most valuable aspects that they find. Talking about topics such as internet measurements, how you can assess the health of your network, how can you deal with incidents. It's a very valuable aspect of being able to come together in a meeting in person. You can build your professional network. You can see a lot of fellow network operators during our events. And you can be part of the community that help build the internet and that continues to develop policies for the future of the internet. You can share your experiences. You can also contribute to discussions that others are having, learn from each other. Last but not least, this is the community that helps shape the future of the internet, at least in our service region, when it comes to the policies that we develop. So yeah, you can all be part of that process. All right, I have a selection of a few other programs that I think you might find interesting. The first of that is the fellowship. We're very aware that finances play an important aspect in somebody's ability to attend the RIPE meeting and also our regional events. So we organize fellowships which aim to remove the financial barrier. So the successful applicants receive the ticket, the flight, and the accommodation to the meeting. We open the call for applications sometime before the RIPE meeting, and we close it 2.5 months before the meeting. And yeah, as I mentioned, anybody from our service region can apply to these fellowships, and we try to give them to people who wouldn't be able to financially support a trip to the RIPE meeting otherwise. Very similar program to this, RACI, the RIPE Academic Cooperation Initiative. It's very similar to the fellowship in that we give the flight, the accommodation, the meeting ticket. This program is aimed specifically at academics that have a useful research to present. So when they apply for this program, they also submit their presentation slides, and they get to present at the RIPE meeting that they are attending. We also have a lot of online learning options. All of this is free and accessible on the internet. We have recordings of the online webinars that we deliver on various topics, and also via the RIPE Academy you can find a lot of courses on various topics. This is only some of the topics that we have. We also have micro-learnings, modules that you can go through in only 15 minutes if you want to get a quick overview on a certain topic. This is all, again, available for free. If you have junior colleagues or if you want to freshen up your knowledge on any of these topics, please encourage them to visit the RIPE Academy and spend some time with the courses, all for free. We also offer exams that can lead to certification. So after you take the course in RIPE Academy, you could also think about taking the exam to get certified. I know my colleagues are organizing exams also during the NCC Days here. So if you're interested, please talk to them to put you on the list. Or I think I switched my slides off. All right, I'm coming very close to the end. One recommendation I have for you as you're beginning the RIPE NCC Days, set your goals for the next 2 days. Take a look at the agenda, take a look at which sessions are interesting to you, and make sure you don't miss them. Check out the attendee list, which is also publicly available. See if there is anybody that you want to talk to and try to find them among the attendees. If you are interested in the exams, please talk to my colleagues in the desk outside. And also, as I mentioned previously, you can talk to them about anything RIPE NCC related. If you have any questions about the registry or you would like to have a RIPE Atlas probe, they can provide you information in front. I think this is it. Yes, this is what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope it was useful. Let me know if you have any questions. Be glad to answer.
Спасибо, Гергана.
Thank you, Georgana. Everything looked so nicely, and I think you definitely had some questions. Or maybe you don't have questions ready. Why don't you have questions? Don't you get interested? Are you not interested in these programs? Don't you ask who is telling us what to do and where? You, please. You, dear, could you tell us about this? Are you telling us what to do or not? What's your name? Aki Broker.
Yes, okay. So you are from Romania. Okay. So do you participate in the development of what we should do. What do you think we should do? Huh? Regarding our activities in the region, in our service region, etc. Can you tell it to Gergana, our manager of community development? Yes? Come here.
Hi. Yes, I think it's a great idea to develop in this region because there was one RIPE NCC Days a few years ago, I think, much smaller. I see now it's a big growth. So it's also a very good idea for the NOG to be organized. It's good that the guys from Ireland are here so they can give advice.
Yes.
So the hosts can think about it, and of course it will be very useful for Moldova to have a NOG and to build better connections towards the Western Europe.
So, Nox.
I'm really glad you support this idea.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ага, тут у нас я сейчас буду смотреть.
And now I will try to look for some other guys. Dear guys, please raise your hands by yourselves. Otherwise, I will point out to those who are the most active ones. Yes, yes, the most active guy. Yes, please. You raised your hand. I saw this.
Ну, давайте. Что бы вы хотели, чтобы
What would you ask to do?
все свои
Please tell us all your desires, all your wishes. So you see, this is the person in front of you, the community manager, the developer. Can I speak Russian? You can speak whatever language, Romanian, Russian, even Armenian, I will understand you. First of all, I am interested in everything that refers to the internet, especially anything that deals with security, probably internet security. I would like to understand what tendencies, what internet tendencies are there, and we are interested to know how the IP protocols V4, PV6 are developed. We are interested in the security measures that are implemented for the PV6 protocols. And I would like to learn the best practices during this conference. And I would like to know the best practices that are applied throughout the world to reach internet security. Could you please introduce yourself? What's your organization? What's your name, surname? So I will introduce myself during the next session. I am Radu Viero. I see. But I know you. Yes, but I represent STISC. This is quite a difficult name. I don't know how to pronounce it in Russian. Okay, we will talk to you later. You will have the possibility to express your thought later. Yes. What about you? Do you want to take the floor? No. And you, the lady, this lady, you want probably something from RIPE NCC, from RIPE community. Why did you come here? Good day, colleagues. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was extremely useful, especially for the person who, for the first time, is attending RIPE NCC Days. I am hoping for a great communication, and I also want to receive more detailed information regarding the developments of the internet in the region, especially in Moldova. And I would be happy to communicate with you. But who are you? I am Anna Yurchenko. I represent the IPEX company. I will be ready to cooperate with everyone. Are you from Moldova? No, I am from Poland, but I would be happy to talk to the companies from Poland as well. Great. I see these three people here. Take the floor. Good day. I am a university lecturer, and next to me is our dean of the faculty. I have a question regarding the cooperation with the universities. Maybe there are some courses for the future, or shall we discuss this right now, or details come later? I mean, maybe we have to have some separate sessions.
I'm happy to answer to everybody. Thank you very much for this question. My colleague Yelena, who is also here, and she's going to do a few presentations, she is the one in charge of engaging with universities. So the RACI program, the RIPE Academic Cooperation Initiative, she's the one who manages that, but also she's organizing academic sessions at universities in different parts of our service region. What we sometimes do, we can either do it remotely, so we can give a presentation on a certain topic of interest online, or in some cases we can also come in person and deliver several talks in different universities in the same city. Get her contact, and for sure we will be very happy to organize something. Yes.
Yes, we will do that. I want to note the following, dear friends. We have colleagues from Romania who have quite a specific experience, by the way, and they initiated the first RONOG, the first Romanian NOG, and this NOG from Romania became quite a strong and big one. They were quite actively involved into various structures like RIPE NCC. They visit various industrial events. They also take quite an active part in the organization called the ENG. And now our colleague will say a few words about himself. Come to me, please.
Hello, I'm Rick from Interland Internet Exchange. We are very happy that it's your first, the first RIPE meeting here in Moldova, and we want to congratulate you for this. And we are the host of the next RIPE meeting in Bucharest. So we are waiting all of you in October to be part of to attend this meeting. And congratulations for organizing this RIPE NCC Days here in Chisinau in Moldova.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks much. But tell us what else you anticipate us to do in this region. What we are doing good. This is community development. This is RIPE. Well, what we are doing and what you anticipate us to do more in this region or more in our service region.
Well, I think it's a good start, this kind of meeting, and maybe more meetings, more regional meetings which cover this area will be good for the community to attract more people to attend these meetings, and also trainings and workshops as well.
Fantastic. Спасибо. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. Yes, applauses. I have a question. В общем, перевод у нас все равно есть.
So we have interpretation nevertheless. I will switch to English. Who participated in our voting? Who participated in our voting at... who came to our events? Could you please raise your hand? You're not a member. Who is the one? Just raise your hands. You? Did you participate? You are from Moldova? Okay, so you are from Moldova. Who else? No one else? Why? What kind of voting? We have voting in RIPE NCC. Who participated in policy developments? We spoke about PDP. Who participated in our working groups? No one. Why? Didn't you know about that? Or maybe you just don't want to participate. Or maybe there is some blockage. No microphone, no translation, sorry. So you didn't know. Okay. You know, quite often there is a question, who is managing all this? How the questions in RIPE NCC are being solved? You know, if you have the right and you do not participate in this, then the others participate. We just want to understand why you don't participate. Then there is a question regarding to what? To communication, there are issues with your time, so why don't you participate? I actually ask this question to the members of RIPE NCC from Moldova who came here and who never took part. And by the way, why don't you take part in this voting? You said you participated. So why do you participate? How come that no one else participates but you participate? Hello. Could you please introduce yourself? I am Evgeny. I represent the Alex Host company. I participate in the voting. I was at the RIPE meetings because the questions that are being so settled, so discussed at these votings, they refer to all the members, and we are also members. And if we do not participate in voting in these groups, then someone else will solve these questions or issues for us, and then we will do whatever the others decide. So this is why everyone, all the RIPE members have to participate, they have to vote. This is quite important. If we have the RIPE member status, then this is quite important to us. This is important for the RIPE community. Alex wants to say something. Let's applaud to our only participator who participates. Dear colleagues, I would like to pay attention to the following. Like Gergana said, this is not a question to the RIPE NCC members exclusively who pay money for their membership and who receive some specific resources like being our members. This is a question that refers to the entire community, because the working groups they also comprise not only the members of RIPE NCC but individuals who might not work anywhere, or they can work in some organizations that are not RIPE NCC members, and they are the same full-fledged members of the community with the same rights. This is why in this room we have much more potential participants rather than the members who have all the regalia from RIPE NCC. This is why I'm quite serious. I'm kindly asking those people who do not work as network operators, but if you are interested in these topics, you have this possibility. There are no entrance exams, there are no other barriers. You just have to have enough will and desire to join our activity, and that's all. You can do that. This is your complete right, and you will be able to find consensus, as Gergana mentioned, and yes, you can be of use even if you are not an official member of RIPE NCC. Once again, I reiterate, this is common work. There are some things that refer to financial distribution and so on. There are members who pay, but there are some technical questions. Thank you, Alex. Anatoly?
So to answer the question, in my understanding, the problem is with a larger cultural understanding what is bottom-up management or governance mean. Because traditionally telco is something top-down managed by states, by the government, and conveying the message that it's bottom-up, everyone can participate. It's not something imposed by state or by international organizations. So it's something really of community will raise us to the position when we'll be able to discuss formally and informally. Because talking about the internet service provider, it's obvious they are competitors on the mass market, but we need to develop the culture when we can separate from here to here where competitors on the market, but on that aspects we have to cooperate because it's about how we build this infrastructure. So 2 points. The one, to better explain what this bottom-up governance mean, and the second, to explain to market competitors where are the common points to cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you. У меня такой...
I have probably the very last question to those present here. After all this, who decided that he or she definitely becomes active? Thank you, thank you. Who decided that they will participate in the working groups? You, yes, good for you. Who else? I don't see that much enthusiasm from you. I don't see your hands, I don't see your hands. Okay. You know what's the question? Difference. The question is that the thing is that if you do not address us with your initiatives, and this is not only about your participation at elections, it is not only about participating at voting and developing something, but we have some specific structures: community development departments, public policy and internet governance, and many others. We have trainings and so on. If you do not address us with your initiatives, we will not have the possibility of feedback. We will not have the possibility to assess your initiatives and help you, even if this is not within our competence. Any initiatives that refer to the internet, well, you can address us with them. If not, you can address these questions to our partners and they will help you as a result. This is why we have to be proactive, and yes, you have to address us, because people say if you address us, there is a 50% probability that you succeed. If you do not address us, 100% you will not succeed. You will fail, actually. Remember that we do not only provide IP resources, address resources. We are also a network coordination center. So we are coordinating the networks. This is why we coordinate everything. So you have a question, I guess. Hello everyone, I am Rodi Won, MegaNet internet provider company from Chisinau. As I understood, there is quite successful experience in developing the community in Romania. Could you please briefly tell us about it? How did everything take place, so that we understand what to follow, what were the successful actions? We also have a non-formal community, and that's all. And we don't quite know a lot about the success of RIPE. How could you help us develop this community? How we could be introduced into RIPE to participate within the RIPE? Thank you. Thank you. I think that the community itself can provide an answer.
I'd like to answer. From my memories,
Short,
when
2-3 minutes.
To RIPE NCC's involvement in Romania, it all started at RIPE 71 in Bucharest. But maybe Eric can share also, or Angela, when it comes to the network operators group.
Okay, so I will speak in English, if I may allow,
Yeah.
as my Russian is very poor. Okay, so everything started 10 years ago on RIPE 71 meeting was organized in Bucharest, Romania. Interlan was the host. Again, after 10 years, actually this year we will host the RIPE 91. Everybody is invited. Regarding, I didn't understood correctly the question actually, but
what factors of success you can mention that you made this technical community in Romania mature?
Okay, so everyone, you should be aware that if you stay at home and you don't make any connection, so you will die alone. Guys, you have to participate in meetings, meet new people. So just to build a strong community means going to the events, get to know each other, learn from the others, try to build your experience based on others which are more professional. If you don't have experience and you need advice, don't be afraid to ask. Just go to the right person, find your person that is you consider the best, and try to learn from them. NOGS is very important for building local communities, and you can share your knowledge within your community. This is what we do. This is how we grow in time, and we advise you to do the same. Thank you.
Так, бурные и продолжительные.
We have these great applauses to our Romanian friends. I think that we have finalized the work. Coffee is waiting for us. Please come back at 11:30 for the official opening of the event. Gergana, you want to say a few words?
Thank you very much for listening. I really hope that this session was useful for you. And yeah, come back in 20 minutes for the official opening. Thank you very much.
Да, возвращаемся в 11:30.
So we come back at 11:30. Thank you.
Ну что?
Кофе выпили?
So, did you have your coffee?
Кофе брейк какой был?
How did you like the coffee break? Actually, we usually have this evaluation form
Все было хорошо.
afterwards, and everyone has to say whether everything was great. But now, after this coffee break, I want to ask you, how would you evaluate this coffee break? Yes. Let's assess the coffee break like that. Thumbs up, good. Thumbs up. The coffee break was great. This is great too. Then, if you do not mind, if no one is against, we will proceed to the official part, the official opening of our event. And namely, let's invite here our dearest speakers. Let's invite the speakers. I invite Gergana Petrova for the official opening, our community development manager. Applauses, please.
И мы
So, we will ask Gergana to say
не нашего отца,
a few words, not from our father, but from RIPE NCC. You remember, somewhere high in the mountains, in the great town of Amsterdam, there is this organization called RIPE NCC.
из далекого Амстердама
And from the faraway Amsterdam, our colleague came, my manager, Gergana Petrova, and now she will say everything that was kept in her soul. She will tell us everything she wanted to say regarding the opening. The floor is yours, Gergana.
My headphone. So you already know who I am from the previous session. It's a real pleasure to see so many of you here today. It's the first RIPE NCC Day in Moldova that we're organizing, and we're really happy, first of all, to be invited to host this event here, and also to see so many of you turn up in your beautiful city. We have an exciting agenda for you today and tomorrow. My colleagues are also available to answer any questions that you might have for RIPE NCC. With this, I would like to officially open the RIPE NCC Days. And I want to invite on stage my colleague Alex Semeniaca, who is the mastermind behind the event, and he will be able to share some information about what you can expect in the next 2 days. Alex.
Thank you so much. And now I have my presentation or slides. First of all, why Moldova? It's not the first time we are here. We had some events before. We started from the country report 3 years ago. We described the situation with the internet infrastructure in Moldova, in Romania, and in Bulgaria. And we found that this sub-region of our service region, which consists of 76 countries, is quite interesting, and we have to take a closer look on that. And in April 23, we went here for our members' lunch to speak to our members, not to the broad community like today. It was quite a small event, but still really interesting and exciting. Vahan, was it exciting? Vahan, was our members' lunch exciting in 2023? Okay. Sorry, Vahan is busy.
They were excited, yes, they are excited.
Perfect.
Always.
Perfect. And then he came back in November for Internet Measurement Day. That's a kind of event we are organizing for people who are in internet measurements, in research, and so on. And he reported that that's the great country to continue spending our efforts because people there are involved, people there are interested, and we started planning something big. Today, we have our flagship event for countries. It's, as you know, RIPE NCC Days Chișinău. And we have our hosts, which allowed this to happen. Without them, it would not be possible. They did everything on the ground. They provided us with insights and advices, and we will have some words from them. I would like to ask them to come here because they are next in our program. It's the Internet Association of Moldova, and this is IT and Cyber Security Service, the government organization, which is a great honor for us to have such an important and visible organizations as sponsors, as hosts. Also, we have sponsors, of course. We are sponsoring this event as well, but we have local player. It's IT Lab, and that's a great pleasure to help to have them helping us to organize all these things. And we have, you see here, 18 people listed. Unfortunately, we have only 17, but it's still quite a lot. So we sent here a great team. We covered each directions of our activities. So you have a great opportunity to talk to them, to ask questions, to impress your insights, your thoughts, your opinions, and so on. Please do. They are here to communicate with us, with you, and we are here to communicate with you. So, especially that's important that we have people from our service desk and from our registry services to be available for you. If you have any questions, you have any cases open, you are going to do something but you are not sure, please approach one of these guys. They will help you. They are here to solve your issues. And we have our beautiful girls helping you on the registration deck over there. You've got your badge there, and we have also 2 volunteers from STISK, which is our host. They are helping these 2 girls. So if you have any, issues regarding the event, or you have any questions, or you need something, please contact these people. And we have our executive board member on this event. We are the organization with the executive board, so that's a big cheese. He is here, and the executive board is elected from the community members. So he is one of you. Don't hesitate to speak to him if you have any strategic ideas, any big thoughts, and everything. And now we have our programming committee. This is the list of guys who prepared the agenda for these 2 days. And I will invite them to the stage also to say a couple of words. And if you have any questions about the program, or you have any tensions why you are speaking this or anything, that's the people responsible for, and please approach us as well. We are listening to you. And that's it. Now, I want to invite to the stage the participants of this plenary. It's the representative of the national regulator, Sergiu Gaibu. That's the representative of our host from the governmental side. It's Radu Vieru, right? Yeah, Radu, please. And the representative of our programming committee, Anatoly Golovko, representative of our host Internet Association, Alex Marchuk. And I would like to invite here Sergiu. You're going first, so Sergiu. So yeah, please, the floor is yours.
Bună ziua tuturor!
Hello everyone, and I am very happy to be here at this event. I am also a newcomer, and I have come to this preliminary meeting to meet RIPE NCC. I am by background an economist, and this topic is a little bit new for me, but the internet becomes an extremely important topic, and we as an agency, as a regulator, we are involved in a series of processes that relate to the implementation of some regulations and of course the alignment to those directives and regulations of the European Union. So the EU itself is in the process of finding and looking for optimal solutions in order to ensure a harmonious development of this domain. We as well, we are learning while doing as the European Union, including by taking over the best practices that could be implemented in the Republic of Moldova as well. And I would like to give you first of all some information about the current status of the internet domain, which is a very important one. We, as a country, we have quite good developments, and me as an economist, I can say that despite the fact that this is a very small market and the internet and ensuring electronic communications is a domain that needs massive investments, they usually find it from those incomes that are being obtained on that market. But we actually have quite a vibrant and well-balanced sector, despite some challenges that we have, because from those relatively limited resources that this small market is generating, we have quite a good income. According to the last data that I have checked in March this year, Chisinau is on the 50th place in the world, not only amongst capital cities, but among cities in general. 50th place relating to the average speed of downloading of internet. So the Republic of Moldova is on the 9th place in the world relating to, in regards to, or with regards to the monthly cost of a fixed package of internet access. So this is actually a balance, because there are some other countries that have very good connection, but the price is also very high. And we are very happy that it is possible to have this in Moldova. It doesn't mean that we don't have anything to improve. Of course, there is a lot of room for improvement, but these are achievements systems that are quite good. Also, this year we have completed the licensing of operators for new frequencies, and we hope that with the valorization of those additional frequencies, the operators will improve their quality, including in relation to coverage improvement, especially those who haven't had enough frequencies to ensure this coverage. And the operators will also increase their capacities, including the use of new frequencies like 5G, like 5.6 gigahertz. We hope to see these things achieved in order to have a better internet quality. At the same time, the internet, well, there are some fast evolutions on the security side and on the procurement side, if you speak about the internet. If before the basic focus was on internet security and a lot of attacks were done for taking over the data and for using the resources or information that are available in the internet in order to commit attacks on the people or even countries, those mechanisms have become very sophisticated, these manipulation mechanisms through internet. And this is still a challenge. The European Union tries to develop new policies about the way of control because unfortunately, it is also necessary. We have, for example, the DSA, the Directive on Informational Security Society, and there is a lot of work to do in this regard. And we, as a regulator, and I'm sure that the EU also wants that the community is absolutely independently managed, as we saw here today, because a lot of work is being done within the community, and those policies that are being developed are very good, but it is impossible to avoid the involvement of governmental authorities as well. Besides the issue of data security and data confidentiality, we have a new challenge. Very many systems, critical systems, they depend on the internet. More and more public services, they are migrating towards the internet, and more critical technological solutions for the society, they are internet-based. And the alternative has been excluded already. So these services will start to become the target, and they will depend on the availability of the internet. So this is why it is important that the internet community develops technological solutions and policies that would ensure the resilience of internet networks and of the technological solutions to ensure the access to internet, because in the nearest future, most probably those people, those entities that are trying to attack various systems, they will try to attack the availability of internet. We already see some aspects, like for example, how they attacked some submarine cables in order to affect and decrease the availability of internet in several areas. I will stop here, and I think we will continue with a very good discussion in the next panels. With the help of the moderator, spirits have been incited already, so we hope that those open topics and open questions that we have in front of us will be discussed as broadly as possible, and we hope to have some ideas for improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to
finally to hear on this event the Romanian language. And I'd like to remind that we have two basic languages, Romanian and English, and Russian is also acceptable. And you will have all three of them. And to cope with that, we have a simultaneous translation. If somebody didn't get their headset, you can do that to listen the talks on the language more suitable for you. So the next speaker is the representative of our programming committee, but he is from Moldova. He is working in the Prime Minister Officer, and he is the cybersecurity expert. Please, Anatoly Golovko. He will tell us a couple of words.
Bună ziua!
Hello, and because everybody is joking, I will also joke. And I said this in 3 languages, but I will speak Romanian anyway. So, as I have mentioned a little bit earlier when I had my intervention, I am very much aware of the fact that the role of the government is limited in the development of the internet because we have this bottom-up governance. We have to have, on the one hand, we have to fulfill the governmental role, the security role, the role of economic development, the role of incentivizing where the market is failing and there is no market for development. On the other hand, we have to take care in order not to interfere with the private environment, to allow the private environment organically develop. And for those of you who represent the internet service providers who are building their businesses around providing internet access services, you should have less interference from the state as possible in order to do your business as you know better. As my colleague Sergio has mentioned, it is indeed an important challenge in this historical period, namely the resilience and security of the network. This is the biggest challenge because having this liberal evolution of the internet without too much burden of regulation, of imposing some rules, we have the situation now that the stakeholders with bad intentions, they are attacking both the internet users and the critical internet infrastructure lately. And as a government, we have found some cases where they have attacked the elements of critical internet infrastructure. So we are paying already a lot of attention to that, and we will pay even more attention to the fact how we intervene so that the cyber environment is a resilient one and a safe one, so that the citizens would feel safe and their day-to-day life is not perturbed by various scammers. Till those professionals who take care of internet development, daily internet maintenance, so that they have the necessary knowledge and tools. And in this regard, technical trainings that RIPE started to organize, they are very welcome. And even now, in RIPE days, for 2 days, we have technical trainings. And I would like this to continue so that the fundamental knowledge about how internet is being built, how internet is being operated, how various actors are interacting among themselves, in order to have this good background of engineering knowledge in this domain. And I'm telling this because I'm an engineer myself. I understand very well the topic, and I understand at what extent we need more people to manage all these topics. You maybe have noticed that from the political point of view, the rhetoric of digitalization was very strong in the last years. My role as a consultant for the Prime Minister is to make sure that all those elements that are buried in the soul, I mean the optical fiber, and the rest of fundamental infrastructure elements that help the digitalization take place, but all those elements are ensured, are safe, are secured, and we have to make sure that we have the necessary funding, because with the fast growth of the speed, which is so much requested by the clients, we will need very large investments. And all these topics that are sometimes collateral to the engineering topics, they also have to be ensured. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation to come to this event. I'm very happy. But as different from the previous events, we are more and more and more. And I wish you 2 very productive days in which you will say, yes, I deserve to invest this time in 2 days to come to this event.
Thank you so much. And now the time to introduce our hosts representatives. And first of all, of course, that's security first, right? So let me introduce you the representative of our IT and cybersecurity services, right? Radu Vieru. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
So thank you and good afternoon. Okay. Let me greet you. I'm very happy to greet you on behalf of the public institution, Service of Informational Technologies and Cybersecurity. And I would like to say welcome to this important event from our point of view. My name is Radu Vieru. I have become recently part of a STIX team. My role is the role of Deputy Director. And on this occasion, I'd like to say that we are proud to be co-organizers for such an event. And we are honored to be partners for RIPE. Your presence here proves once again that it is very important and valuable, and that we do have common values in the development of the internet, and our common goal is to develop a better and safer and more accessible internet in order to subsequently develop the digital society in the Republic of Moldova. STISC has in the Republic of Moldova an essential importance. STISC is responsible to provide and to ensure and to develop the digital services in the Republic of Moldova, and we have selected development of a modern network on the entire territory of the Republic of Moldova, and we want to provide high-quality public services which are as available as possible for all the citizens of the Republic of Moldova. We believe in collaboration. This is why we believe that the public institutions, together with the network operators and together with the international partners, we could collaborate and develop a better digital society. This is why we have organized this event in order to share ideas, to share our problems and issues, to find solutions, to know each other better, to meet each other, and to develop those stringent day-to-day issues that we have today. This is why I would like to wish you to spend these 2 days in a valuable way for you, to have useful debates and to have valuable ideas, and spend these 2 days with pleasure at this event. Thank you so much. We cannot hear you for some reason.
Looks like, yeah. The second speaker from our host represents the Association Internet Society, right? Yeah, Alexei Marchuk. He is from other part here, the community side, and it's not less important for us. So I'm happy to invite him to the stage. The floor is yours.
Уважаемые участники,
Dear participants, dear guests and experts, on behalf of our Internet Community Association, I am happy to welcome you at RIPE NCC Days in Moldova, its capital Chisinau. This event is a great opportunity for us to continue and strengthen our cooperation with RIPE NCC. During the recent years, we have already implemented a number of important initiatives in Moldova, from Internet Measurement Day that has already been mentioned today, to various networking meetings for the members of the community. Besides that, it's important to mention that RIPE NCC traditionally, throughout more than 5 years, is one of the key partners of the National Forum on Internet Government in Moldova, and our association yearly organizes this event in Chisinau. Today, we are happy to join this important event, RIPE NCC Days, as co-organizers together with the Information Technology and Cybersecurity Service from Moldova. Today, Chisinau becomes the platform for regional dialogue of the internet community, and we are quite an active participant to discussions that will strengthen the informational resilience in our country and in the entire region. RIPE NCC Days are not only the key event for the region, it's also quite a unique possibility to summon a vast number of experts and other stakeholders and jointly work on deciding how to make internet more stable and more secure. Today and tomorrow, we have important topics on our agenda. Today, within the geopolitical context, taking into account the high regional instability, the resilience of digital infrastructure becomes more and more important. It's important both for the security of the country and for the stable work of the network operators. Any vulnerabilities, any breaches can negatively reflect on the state and can lead to economic losses. Besides that, there is one more important thing. The Republic of Moldova participates in European processes, but it is not so active yet. And the events like RIPE NCC Days can become the starting point for a more broad involvement of Moldova into the European digital community. In the end, I would like to thank our partners from RIPE NCC for such great cooperation, and I wish everyone great work, great cooperation and great communication during the next days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, many of our high-level guests have really tight schedule, and they are not able to attend our event for the whole duration. So to make a chance to discuss with them their vision of the development of the internet in the country, we organized the following small panel discussion, and Vahan, Vahan will introduce this part of the session in more details, and I will invite you to the stage to follow.
Спасибо, спасибо, спасибо.
Thank you, thank you. Where are the applauses to our speakers? Yes, please. Yes, please. A round of applauses. That's great. I will ask Radu and Sergio to stay on the stage, and the others are kindly asked to take their seats. Thank you, dear friend. Thank you, dear friend, too. And you too, please stay on the stage. And I would like to invite someone else, Mikhail Anisimov. I'm calling for you. Are you here? You are here, yes. Come to us. Come to us, please. Let's give another round of applause to Misha Anisimov. Please take your seat. You probably don't know, or maybe you know Mikhail Anisimov. Mikhail Anisimov is who? It's him, yes, that's right. Alex, thank you so much. So this is this very person. So Mikhail Anisimov is the global stakeholder engagement manager of the ICON Corporation. I don't know how to say this in Russian, but probably he will say this in Romanian, and probably I actually hope that our interpreters will translate this. So please introduce yourself, then the question. Thank you so much, Vahan. Thank you. I was happy to end up here. I am Mikhail, as Vahan correctly said. I represent the ICANN Corporation. ICANN, this is an abbreviation of the Corporation on Attributing Domain and IP Addresses. This is a global organization that deals with two main functions. The first function is the technical one. It is supporting the root internet infrastructure, the one that relates to domain names, DNS function. Probably you know about it. The second function is the function of policy development, the rules development, coordination of various stakeholders to support the stable and unique address space. So we distribute domain names of the higher level, and then the addresses are partially delegated, and we work with some types of internet identifiers like protocol numbers, or we also support the time zones files. So this is also done by us all. Thank you. That's great. Quite a comprehensive introduction as to what Mikhail and ICANN is. The session itself, this panel discussion, will refer to the following. Why we need good internet and good internet infrastructure at all in this world of changing possibility, in this world of digitalization. Are we ready for the next turn of the technological revo and evolution? So we have a question to Misha. Does the existing infrastructure provide for the development of the internet and the promotion of digital technologies? How this internet of the future should be? I understand that there are questions like, is there life on Mars, or is there no life on Mars? Science cannot see that. So it's better to have an armed vision to see 2 stars, 3 stars of the internet. It's better that we have a 5-star internet. Please tell us. Again, you almost spoke about cognac and stars. Thank you. This is quite a great question that refers to the fact how the critical internet infrastructure deals with everything that is gradually rising in the technological world and in the organizational world. I would say that right now this infrastructure deals quite well with the situation, but some innovations that are awaiting for us, that start to appear in the informational field, they require a more thorough attitude. For instance, today a lot is being discussed about the AI, how it is being developed and how it appeared in our life. I will not speak about the AI itself, I'm not a specialist in it, but the implementation of these systems, and especially the user scenarios of working with AI, influences strongly the existing infrastructure, but it influences in a hidden way. What we are thinking about, and what our colleagues and researchers think about. So this refers to some legalities that appear in the critical infrastructure, in the internet infrastructure, to embed such services. For instance, it's known that some of the servers, like some services like the AI, in their user scenarios, they gradually replace the search engines. The same ChatGPT, has some 100 million users, and this becomes one of the most important entries to the internet. And many internet operators have this question: how well you are related to the infrastructure, how well you can provide the work of this service. If previously we were working with, let's say, with Google or similar services, a lot of attention was paid to them. And then there is this Google Global Cache program, probably you know it. This is the installation of local nodes for the operators so that they have quick access, quick answers to save traffic. And today we have to see how well we are related to the infrastructure that supports the work of ChatGPT, Perplexity, and other computational systems for the AI. Next, there are some other things, and this is not a mainstream thing yet. There are some interesting projects to use the same DNS system and the domain names that in usual scenarios, in usual life, are used for navigation in the resources, to have access to the sites, to send mails, or to technically indicate some technical network nodes. But there is a project to use domain names for delimiting some virtual information blocks in big massives, to use AI for education, for learning. And this influences the scenarios for access, for navigation, for traffic. And the operators actually are the very first step, because they work with those who have some requests from the client. So you have to know whom you send your requests, whom you are related with, what would be the quality parameters. And again, if we know about this, then we can be ready to that. If we do not speak about that, then this might turn out as something unexpected. And if we speak about this from the stage, this is quite a scenario that is possible to be forecasted. And now IT technologies are gradually being implemented, so we have time to think. One more example. The quick development of Sputnik links. There were some stationary so basically there were satellites. They started being implemented even 10 years ago, and then Starlink appeared. And there are satellite links. Now there are over 6 million satellites. Their number will increase. We will not comment this type of connection, the satellite connection, but again, it increases enormously the navigation pattern, the work of DNS, and so on. Those who do not know how the internet is technically arranged, when some contents is aimed to get access to, the server has this round trip with questions and answers, and 5 or 6 or 7 times this query takes place. Then there is a DNS question and answer, then there is encryption, and the satellite network actually can provide for some delays, and this is this infrastructure that joins the Earth with the general infrastructure. All this represents some joint indicators that are perceived by the users as the quality of the internet. And you have to understand that if we want to have a gigabyte channel, it's not enough for the user to feel the quality of the internet, because there are some other types of delays, different time for answers and so on. The existing infrastructure deals quite well with the existing tasks. So this is why, this is how this infrastructure was developed and set up. There were so many participants to develop it, but there are some other technical innovations that gradually come to us, and they require a much thorough study. And I can actually say that quite often there are some maybe hidden interdependencies, and the new technical systems, the new technical scenarios of using the internet suddenly can be depicted in a quite interesting way, and this can be shown in domains, especially if you speak about the routing. Thank you, Mikhail. You have provided quite a comprehensive answer. I even wanted to stop you, but you were providing such an interesting speech that I couldn't stop you. I will not ask you any other questions. But there might be questions from our participants. If we have time, we can ask you questions. And I have questions to Radu from Moldova, because Moldova is in a quite a difficult region, and we actually can say the same thing about all the countries. Now we are all in a quite difficult region, in a quite difficult world. So, what are the threats for the development of the internet in Moldova? I will switch to the Romanian, if I may.
First of all, I am the deputy director. Very recently I was appointed. We are considered, our organization is considered a governmental service provider, and of course, we have a lot of challenges on more than one level, and one of the most important ones is cybersecurity. As the only operator of public services in the Republic of Moldova, STISC is the operator of all the government data centers in the Republic of Moldova. And the main goal of STISC is to ensure resilience of public digital services, to ensure availability of these services at any point in time, including during crisis. And that is why I want to say that STISC invests a lot of resources in the communication channels that are resilient, safe, secure, and every day we are registering a lot of cybernetic attacks, and we are the ones responsible for the response to various incidents in the government sector. We have a lot of international partners, and our presence here has the goal of sharing with you all the challenges that we are facing and to find solutions. We invest a lot of time and resources in the development of internet services. What we want to do is to develop, and we already started, an internet exchange national internet exchange point where we will interconnect all local operators, and in order to ensure better access to public services that are more and more digitalized in the Republic of Moldova. We want to develop also the side of the protocol, such as IPv6, to be a well-stack operator and to provide, to increase availability of these services at national level, so that the IPv6 protocol, for us to be able to increase the rate of usage of this protocol at national level, at least to reach the European level, which is approximately 30%. And of course, with these implementations and with these objectives that we set for ourselves, we need to work on the security, safety side as well. I believe that these meetings, this kind of meetings, are very benefic in order to exchange experience among ourselves. What we want is to ensure connectivity and safety for our digital public services, which would increase digital trust, build digital trust, and respectively to develop in this way the electronic governance infrastructure and digital public services in the Republic of Moldova. So
That's great, thank you. Basically, we can see that there is a will here. And there is another question that I will ask to you. I had a question. What approach do the state entities use to develop the internet? Definitely, you can say that we want everything and everything will be great. We want this and this is what we'll get. But there are specific examples. There are specific documents, the strategy for the development of the broadband width, or the development of the broadband internet, how to ensure the rights of small, medium and big operators. There was a guy from the middle operators. Are there some average operators or middle operators? Who is representing them? There was a small and medium operator. Yes, don't be ashamed to raise your hands. Good. Are there any conditions for the development of the industry? So are there any institutional documents, is there any institutional approach that small and medium operators have access to the infrastructure? And I do not refer to the small and medium operators only. This question refers to the big operators as well. So the access to the infrastructure. Does it provide access to broad bandwidth? So what is your strategy for the development? Thank you.
Este un subiect foarte larg și aș începe cu un prim element care este critic. Vreți dumneavoastră ca să fiți reglementați ca și comunitate de internet sau mai bine să vă autoreglementați? Și aici probabil să dau și un argument de ce NOGS în Moldova ar trebui să apară. Eu am să dau un exemplu din alt sector, fiindcă în viața mea precedentă am fost în minister și au fost situații diferite, în special că a fost o perioadă de crize.
And we had different issues, different periods, but at some sector it was the volatility so big that it was necessary to intervene. We developed a draft law for the development of the sector, and and approximately 20 operators came to me and said, if you implement this, we will lose money. Yes, you will, but we don't want to lose money. Because of this law, we will not have the same profit. And I said, then self-regulate. The government has this one mechanism to intervene, to put some barriers that have costs. And if you want for these limitations not to be included, then you have to self-regulate. It was a miracle, but the prices were stabilized very quickly after that, and we stopped the progress of the draft law. The same question for the internet community, because it's a very reliable, well-developed community, because RIPE shows exceptional community, and me as I'm at the adept of self-regulation, and when the community can do it, it's not necessary for the state to interfere. And for us, as a regulator, the internet is very foreign, and we just started to get involved now. I came here to the first session because it is clear that we as a regulator will have certain powers, competencies set by the government, and we'll have to intervene on the market more intense. And the state does not want to intervene as long as there are no problems, deficiencies, requirements from social groups that create pressure on the politicians. And that is why I encourage you very much to create an OGS in Moldova. And we here have a lot of providers, operators that actually provide this kind of services, have a business in this area. And when you have a very good, balanced regulation, and there won't be any deficiencies, problems for various groups of the public, of the citizens that participate on the market, the state will stay very far from this sector. And me personally, I'm very interested as a citizen, as a member of the regulatory body, for this regulation to happen on its own. And of course, if it is necessary, we will intervene. And we are in very close contrast with BEREC from the EU, with which we are discussing the same topics. What do we do with the new challenges? Even the DSA directive tries, first of all, to set very high-level rules without a lot of interventions for certain things. For AI, it is again because the perceived risks are very high. We're thinking about interventions, but the intervention should be minimal, not to block the innovation, the capacity to develop new solutions, which could happen when the environment is free. If we standardize the sector a lot, then the sector becomes bureaucratic and not interesting for the free spirits that are trying to develop innovations and new solutions for the society. At the same time, another example, about one year and a half, we deregulated the land phone market because the competition from new technology was so big, the mobile connection became so accessible that it's not necessary to monitor landlines telephony anymore. So there are alternative solutions are available. And we deregulated the market. The market is free, and everybody can establish their own rules. Of course, there are certain areas of interest, including what Mr. Viero mentioned, the resilience, the reluctance of the networks, because we understand it is a very important area for the society. We have a lot of public services developed on digital platforms, but also a lot of other sectors are developing. We are discussing, for example, with the Ministry of Energy to have smart meters, which automatically means data transport, data traffic. So there won't be a person coming to your house and writing down the numbers on your meters, but this will be communicated through internet. And of course, resilience becomes very important for critical sectors, let alone the financial and banking sectors. I should not even speak about this. This sector was at the forefront of this. We also have a few projects that we started to develop. Together with this, we tried to access and prepared an application with several government actors to access the funds from Connecting Europe facility, a lot of millions. I hope that we have the approval, because in August, we're expecting an answer in August, and then I hope that we will have a rather big project to ensure additional cross-border connectivity to ensure to increase the resilience of the internet infrastructure. At the same time, together with the World Bank, we started with a project, and probably this week we will have the kick-off meeting for a feasibility study for the Eastern Partnership countries to ensure the connectivity of all the localities, including the smallest ones.
To make sure that every citizen has access to optical fiber and to a wideband connectivity network. This is what we are talking about. And the EU, by means of the Gigabit Act and by other legislative documents, we try to promote the increase of the transport capacity for the data to every citizen, to every home of every citizen. So we are trying to take over these practices, but taking into account the capacity of absorption of those investments and of the local market, because our market is very small and we cannot do it overnight. This is why we try to look for resources from outside, including through the World Bank, in order to do this analysis as well and to implement a similar project like in Romania. Already for 10 years they have the all-road net. This project took place in several stages. We also saw the practice in Kosovo, a very interesting project implemented with the World Bank for some 5 to 6 years. It's a long-term project, but it is critically important in order to make sure that the entire population has uniform access to a high-quality network, speaking about the internet service access. So as a conclusion, I would like to say that first of all, the event as such is very welcome. I would suggest that the community from Moldova would consolidate and register, and I think that this is a very good place to consolidate and to come together. We as a regulator, we are open to directly communicate with the entire community and to help where this is necessary, where it is not possible to help in other way the market. Where it is possible to attract resources from outside and to do projects at a national level, like the 2 projects mentioned by me, we are ready to contribute, or at least to be a platform of dialogue in this regard. Thank you so much, and I wish you good luck further on.
Quite an interesting approach. So we are telling you to self-regulate yourself. It's great that the community becomes the one with the initiative. It's great that we discuss these questions, and you spoke nicely that the cooperation of the network operators have to discuss things all together without making the national regulators adopt some regulatory acts that might make you lose some money. Look, are there any questions left in the room? We have the possibility to listen to 1 or 2 questions at most.
Hello, my name is Vyacheslav Soltan. I represent now the internet community. La Moment it is called. I was a prosecutor, head of department for at the prosecutor against organized crimes. My question is the following to STISC and to the agency. You said that you will or you are already ensuring the IT security or cyber security on the governmental networks. And my question to STISC is, how will you ensure and how will you implement the protection of the civil society in the area of digital security? And the question to Mr. Gaibu, how will you implement the so-called cybersecurity strategy approved in 2017 in order to ensure the critical infrastructure of the state, taking into account, as it has been mentioned, we are living in a very difficult area from the geopolitical point of view. Thank you.
Please be brief if possible.
So how to ensure the cyber security in the public sector? This is what I will talk about because this is our domain of responsibility. There are several criteria and there are many domains. The cyber security could involve different levels, but in general, for the public sector, We have to ensure, first of all, the security of communications. We recommend and we monitor and we make sure that at least the minimal security requirements are implemented. There is a draft law now with some amendments and updates to a government decision approved a little bit earlier about the security of infrastructure of the data centers. We are working on this in order to increase the resilience of the data centers through communication channels. We are doing all kinds of procedures, offline tests and many other procedures and things that will help us to react in a fast way to some crisis situations. At the same time, we are cert.gov. We are a sort of answer to the governmental incidents. So we are monitoring all the incidents registered in the governmental sector. At the same time, there is a new agency, the Agency of Cybersecurity, which is actually an agency operating at the national level. And the role of this agency is to manage those cyber incidents not only at a governmental level but at a national level as well. And accordingly, this will help us to act in a faster way, to react in a faster way, and to answer in case of some incidents. Many things could be said here. There are different levels. If we speak about communications, there are some approaches to increasing the cybersecurity. If we speak about the internet, then maybe the ESP operator, like the governmental ESP operator, should we should develop some procedures or best practices relating to ensuring the internet security. If we speak about BGP level, they have their techniques of ensuring the cybersecurity, like RPKI technologies, which allow ensuring the security of the notices and international prefixes by filtering the incorrect notices. If you speak about communication channels, we are also ensuring some dedicated channels for the critical infrastructures. At the level of institutions, as I said, we are ensuring this part of monitoring of systems and monitoring of different kinds of vulnerabilities. We also have a proactive role of preventing, and we also act in a reactive way in case some crisis or bad situations could happen at this level, at the level of some institutions. Thank you. Thank you so much for the question, because it is an extremely complex question. So the government at this moment is actually in process of forming, of creating those strategies, and one answer to those challenges, which are indeed increasing. So we are creating this cybersecurity strategy, and here I think we should create a map of authorities with stating all the responsibilities and roles of each authority in this aspect, and maybe some other committees of fast reaction which have already been formed on some domains. But to give you a short answer, first of all, there is an agency working on this, and they have had a series of sessions. They are preparing a government decision with a series of requirements about the private companies and state-owned enterprises from various sectors which are considered to be critical, like communications, banking sector, and other domains, including public state institutions. Those requirements were endorsed by us already, So it is in work in progress. So the requirements, they are based on the realities from the sector. Nobody will invent some other practices that are already developed at the national level. So it is about the standard ISO 27000, which provides clearly how to organize a cybersecurity system. Of course, we are taking the practices from there, and they are already implemented. We can implement them gradually because they are very expensive. I saw the banking sector previously, and the banking sector, they were the first that decided to secure the data and internet infrastructure, and this process took them at least 5 years in order to come to an adequate data protection level. Of course, this involves also those major risks imposed in the financial sector. So the same exercise should be done now by the government. It is work in progress, but we are now at the initial stage. So this map of responsibility is still in process of creation because there are many sides here. We have the network side, and we have the hardware side and the data flow, and then we have the part of content and attacks and stealing of data, which is another direction. And the government, unfortunately, I have to recognize we still have a lot of work to do in this regard, starting with the hardware infrastructure, which is so old that it cannot even recognize the new licenses. Moreover, the process of licensing and updating of the technologies. We have mentioned this many times, and we have to recognize that there is still work to do in this regard. In 30 years, we didn't do many things. We were very slow in some dimensions. And also it relates to a more advanced part, which relates to sophisticated data protection, personal data protection. How do we protect them? The apps themselves, they should have incorporated security mechanisms. We still have apps that do not divide the public access area and the private area, where they should have increased security protocols. Unfortunately, this is not there yet. And not least, I have to mention the part about people with qualification, staff with qualification. It is very complicated to attract such qualified staff with this salary system. There are discussions to allow some amendments and to allow the government to access good professionals, but for this we need a new salary policy for this domain. I have found an expert. I'm very happy to have found an expert who is an old RIPE NCC member. I have him in my agency, and he helps us to increase the security of our internal systems. And another critical moment that have to be taken into account, I saw this in Turkey, with decentralization, because we have several institutes responsible for cloudification or for the infrastructure for the data processing. So they don't do this centralized. In order to ensure increased resilience, if one system fails, then the others could overtake this function, and we have to think about this decentralization as well. Yes, there should be some centralized mechanisms, but we should also have quite enough decentralized and multiplied infrastructure in order to ensure the resilience if there are some targeted attacks on those nodes. Thank you so much.
That's all. Thank you. Let's. I want to say let's drink, but let's applaud to these great thoughts. Let's applaud to this idea for decentralized infrastructure, and let's applaud to our will to be continuously passionate for the developments of the internet in the region. I would like to invite here a person who is not sitting down but who is standing. Alex Seveniaka, please take the floor. Dear colleagues, now we will have a special session. For a change, I will continue speaking in Russian. The next session that I'm going to moderate tomorrow, I would gladly moderate it in Romanian, but so far I can manage Romanian quite poorly. This is why I beg your pardon for speaking in Russian. It will be much easier for me. So the session that is waiting for us is quite a special session, because we are telling about us in the context of what we've done recently, what plans we have for the future, and basically this is some sort of form of reporting before the community. And we will tell you about three aspects. First, there will be a general presentation. A general presentation to update the information about our activities that we had. We will speak about our plans, and this information will be provided to us by the development manager working with the community. Actually, Gergana is invited to the floor, to the stage.
Let me unmute. I hope it's working. Yes. Thank you, Alex, for the introduction. Some of you already remember me from the newcomers session. Thank you for joining us again after lunch. My name is Gergana Petrova, Community Development Manager at RIPE NCC. And I'm going to take the next 20 to 30 minutes to tell you what RIPE NCC has been up to for the past year and a half. So I'm going to talk about our activities in 2024 and also what we have been doing in the first half of this year. Originally, this presentation was supposed to be given by my colleague Hisham Ibrahim, the Chief Community Officer at RIPE NCC. He was supposed to come from Dubai, but I understand that the airspace is closed, so he couldn't make it. So I'm stepping in for him. Let me just set the scene for RIPE NCC. What you see on the screen in front of you is the 5 main strategic objectives that the Executive Board has set for RIPE NCC. Unsurprisingly, you see on top, support an open, inclusive and engaged RIPE community. RIPE NCC as an organization was created by the RIPE community and for the RIPE community. So one of the main goals that we have is to keep supporting that community, to keep inviting new members in, to support communication between the members and an open dialogue. So we do quite a lot of activities that fall under that category. Our second strategic objective relates to the registry. Shortly after the creation of RIPE NCC, the RIPE community decided that they would like to have a registry based in Europe. Before that, if you had any questions, you had to deal with North America, which has time zone differences, etc. So the RIPE community decided, we want our own registry based in Europe, and so the registry function was added to RIPE NCC. And so our second strategic objective is to keep the registry trusted, efficient, accurate, and resilient. And we have quite a lot of activities and departments that are dedicated to making this happen. And in the Articles of Association of RIPE NCC, we also have a clause that RIPE NCC has a role to play when it comes to supporting both members and the community at large to operate one secure, stable, and resilient global internet. So some of the programs that I talked about in the previous session, for example, the Global Measurement Network, fall into this. RIS, a lot of the research that we publish as a result of these measurements that our researchers produce also fall under this category. And then, of course, to be able to do all of this, we need to have a strong organization, a stable organization with a robust governance structure, as well as an engaged staff. And so these two objectives form a natural part of our strategy as well. So for this year, we have a few focal points. When it comes to the registry, we're putting a focus on increasing the registry accuracy, ensuring that it's accurate, compliant, resilient, and secure. We continuously support the measurement platforms that we have built and try to produce more reports and more data that are going to be useful for network operators. Of course, our organizational stability, it's a changing world, it's a changing economic situation, so we're trying to also navigate the different budget that we have every year and to make sure that we can continue performing well in the future. Then resilience. As I mentioned before, governments are paying a lot more attention to the internet, getting a lot more involved in policy making of the internet, and so we need to be agile in these circumstances. We provide support and information to policymakers that are interested to get information about how the internet works from us. So we have that objective as well. And then security and compliance. Every organization that wants to be successful has to do this. We are not different. So we're working on making sure that we comply with the different laws and regulations that RIPE NCC is falling under. What about our activities in 2025 and 2024? First of all, about 2024, we publish an annual report every year. After the year is over, we need a few months to compile everything we have done. And so in April this year, we published our report for 2024. If you're curious, I would encourage you to take a look. It's a lot more detailed than the presentation I'm going to be able to give you in the 30 minutes now. You can find the link on the slide. And I have just one overview slide. It's very short. I'm not able to include everything that we have done throughout the year, but these are just some main events that occurred in 2024. So back in January, we launched a redesigned version of the ripe.net website. Our web services team worked a lot on this. The aim is to simplify it, to make it easier for you guys to find information. Please take a look. Please let us know what you think about it as well. We would like to hear your feedback on that. Then in February, we organized the roundtable meeting for governments and regulators in Europe. Every year, we try to organize 3 of these meetings in different parts of our service region. So the aim of this meeting is to, as the name suggests, invite government representatives, regulatory representatives, and then we give them factual information on which they can make policy decisions. We have seen that this helps us a lot. Governments don't necessarily have the technical knowledge that our community does, and so talking together with governments and regulators, our hope is that we are going to end up with much better informed policies if we talk and cooperate with each other. So that is the purpose of the roundtable meeting. Later on that month, we also launched a report focusing on the Middle East, the role of internet exchange points in the Middle East. If you're curious, you can take a look at that. Later on in March, we rolled out 2-factor authentication on the RIPE NCC Access accounts. Already quite some time has passed since then, but I hope all of you, at least those of you who are members, have already activated that. Then in April, we had quite a lot of things happening. RIPE NCC joined Mastodon. If you are also using Mastodon, please connect with us there. We had the regional meeting in Southeast Europe, in Athens, in Greece. And then we had another roundtable meeting, and this time the focus region was Southeast Europe. So again, we gathered different groups of governments and regulators and presented similar information. Then in May is the month where we have our first RIPE meeting. RIPE meetings, these are the biggest events where the RIPE community gathers. Takes place over the course of 1 week, so 5 days, quite intense, Monday to Friday. And the RIPE 88 meeting took place in Krakow, in Poland. And then Internet Measurement Day, it's another event. Probably some of you attended the Internet Measurement Day that we had in Moldova in 2023. I don't know, I hope you did. If not, for you to know, we also organized a day like this in Moldova. The Internet Measurement Day aims to showcase our measurement tools RIPE Atlas, all of the widgets on RIPE-Stat that help visualize the information. Yeah, we organize these in different parts of our service region. Then in August, we had the RIPE NCC Academy Summer School. But then in September, first we had the regional meeting in Central Asia. CAPIF, the abbreviation stands for the Central Asia Peering and Interconnection Forum. It's a relatively new regional meeting that we started organizing, well, as you can see, 3 years ago. And that was a very successful meeting as well. And then we launched the LAR Fundamentals course in the RIPE Academy. Just as a reminder to everybody, the RIPE Academy, all of the courses on the RIPE Academy are free. Anybody can take them. You don't need to be a RIPE NCC member. You don't need to pay for an account or anything like that. Yeah, you can access the courses available at the RIPE Academy. We had another Internet Day, Measurement Day in Romania. So that took place in October. And then after that, also in October, we published a report on how to get IP addresses for your network. I'm going to mention this report a little bit later in my slides. And then in November is usually when we have the second meeting of the year, the second RIPE meeting. This one took place in Prague, in Czechia. We had another Internet Measurement Day, this time in Turkey, followed by the last roundtable meeting for governments and regulators, which had a focus on the Middle East. So straight together with the roundtable in the Middle East, right in the next month, we had our regional meeting in the Middle East. It took place in Oman, another very successful event. And then we finished the year with a hackathon that took place in Amsterdam, and the focus was green technology. So that was a very, very brief overview of the year. We had, of course, a lot more things happening. Let me see if I can move to the next slide. Oh, no, it's not working. Okay, it's working now. Again, the annual report can show you a lot more information than I'm able to share with you in the 20 minutes that I have. But when it comes to our registry efforts, I mentioned the two-factor authentication. The registry team performed really high numbers of assisted registry checks, ARCs. You can also, by the way, just to mention, you can also do it here. We have my colleagues at the registry desk outside. If you are interested to sit down with my colleague together, go through the information that you have in the database, make sure that everything is updated. If you are unsure about doing this alone, then please go ahead and do it with my colleague. He'll be very happy to help you. They also handled a lot of changes in the sponsorship and independent resources. On the RPKI front, securing routing space, we have a new dashboard that makes it easier to find things. And we also completed a project for international standardization. This is something that we have to do. When it comes to publishing data and reports, we reduced our use of the data center. We had a special project that we initiated last year to increase our coverage of RIPE Atlas throughout the globe. So, of course, RIPE Atlas being a global network, it's as valuable. It's even more valuable when it has coverage from all over the world. So we have put a special effort into targeting previously uncovered networks in our service region, but also beyond. So a lot of my colleagues traveled to meetings far away to encourage people to participate in this project. We also improved our risk-bearing strategy, where we have a long list of networks that we would like to peer with in order to improve the visibility that users of this project get. And also we put a lot of effort into storytelling. So we gather all of this data what we want to do with it. We want to make it useful for you, the network operators. And for this, we have a data storytelling team, and we also have researchers in-house that are working on making that possible. Some of them are also going to present during this event as well. And then finally, when we talk about outreach and capacity building, we did a lot of training courses. I already mentioned the RIPE meetings. During the RIPE meetings, we also organized local hubs. So local hubs are for people who cannot afford to travel to the RIPE meeting, or for whatever reason their schedule does not allow it. So they can go to the local hub organized in their city, and they can participate remotely, but together with the people from that city, so that you still have a sense of community, even though you're not at the RIPE meeting. I already mentioned the fellowship and RACI in my previous presentation. We also had that. And we also launched the RIPE NCC Language Center. So that center translates a lot of important documents into 6 languages other than English. I don't think Romanian is one of them. Russian is, so we have quite a lot of documents translated in Russian. So do check it out. And here I also want to mention the efforts of my colleague Alex Semeniacă, who also translated entire courses on IPv4 fundamentals into Russian and into Ukrainian. The videos of that are uploaded on YouTube. So I'd like to encourage you to check those out too. And he's working on a few more this year. And I already mentioned the redesigned website. Some more things, we are improving our user interfaces. We're working on an improved, we have already improved the RIPEStat user interface. My colleague Adonis is going to give a presentation during this session about that. We also improved the pages for RIPE Atlas, the measurement project, where we have tried to simplify the information, make it easier for people to become hosts. It looks much more cleaner and user-friendly. And we also added a few more features. What are our goals for this year? I mean, it's not very different from last year, but of course we're focusing on data quality, improving the quality of our services, getting more coverage for our measurement network, covering previously uncovered networks. We're having a targeted policy when it comes to new risk peers. We are aiming to expand our data set and also help it become more precise, so you can easily find the exact information that you're searching for. And I already mentioned the data-driven storytelling. So our researchers are making a big effort to put the data that we're collecting into useful reports for network operators. So why is engagement important? I just want to say, an appeal to you to stay engaged with the RIPE community, because you are part of the RIPE community. We would like to hear your opinions, any problems that you're encountering, and also for you to give us feedback on our services, what we can improve, what activities we can organize to help with your work. Having this continuous cooperation helps maintain trust and helps us, RIPE NCC, deal with many complex issues that affect our service region. The idea of close cooperation between network operators is at the core of the RIPE community. This is who the RIPE community has been from the very beginning. So please feel free to participate and share with us your feedback. How to engage with the RIPE community. I already mentioned to the newcomers earlier today about our mailing lists. All of the mailing lists have public archives, and there's the RIPE discussion mailing list for general issues, but if you're interested in any particular topic, we have a lot of working groups that are working on different issues when it comes to internet networking. Please subscribe to the mailing list of the working group that you're interested in. You can also follow the presentations of that working group in the previous RIPE meetings. And we also have a few dedicated mailing lists to members of RIPE NCC. So that is another way for you to give feedback directly to the RIPE NCC by participating in the mailing list discussion of the membership. We also have the RIPE NCC forum. Anybody can sign up. You only need an email address. You don't need to be a member of RIPE NCC, and it's a way for community members too to give feedback to RIPE NCC. Yeah, you can open any discussion that you find interesting and participate in the discussions. And I already mentioned RIPE Labs earlier today. It's our platform to share interesting articles that have to do with internet networking. About half of the articles are by our own staff, the data storytellers, the researchers, our technical staff, but half of the articles are from community members, just like you. So if you're interested in sharing what you're working on or your opinion on a certain matter, feel free to post there. We have an editor, Alan, who can also help you shape the article. For example, if you're not sure about your English, he can help you with that. If you want to bounce off ideas with somebody, he can also help you with that. When it comes to other help that we give to the RIPE community, I want to mention again the RIPE Academy. I mentioned the ALIAR course that we added last year. We're continuously working on adding more and more courses in the RIPE Academy. Again, a reminder, everything is free. Please let your junior colleagues know about this opportunity. And also we offer a program called Certified Professionals. So what this is about, after you take the exam, or even with, after you take the course, or without taking the course, if you think that you know a lot about this field and you want to get certification that, hey, yes, you know this material, you can take an exam and get certified with your knowledge. My colleague Olivia is organizing exams also during today and tomorrow. If you're interested, please talk to her. She's at the registration desk. I don't know if it's still possible to take it today, but for tomorrow, for sure, you can still register for the exam. And just a reminder, you need an SSO account to take it. Small hurdle to overcome, but yeah, I think it's a really interesting opportunity. If you don't feel confident about taking the exam today or tomorrow, she can also give you a free voucher, because normally it is a paid service, but we are giving free vouchers to take the exam for the people that are attending the NCC Days. Let's see what else we do. We also do initiatives to support NOGs, network operators groups in our service region. I already mentioned it in the morning. Please have a think if you would like to create a community like this in Moldova. It is not too complicated. You can make it as easy or as difficult as you want, but I think there's definitely value in network operators coming together, talking to each other, presenting about what they're working on, their difficulties, or how they solve the problem. So do think about this. We have invited also other organizations. In the previous session, you saw people from ICANN, people from ISOC. These are other organizations that are also willing to help new NOGs in countries across the globe. So you're definitely, if you are interested, we can help you a lot with this. We also organize open houses on different topics that might be of interest to the community. Open houses, these are online events. And usually they're topical. Sometimes they're also based on the internet in a particular country. So if you have a chance, join these too. This is just a view from some articles on RIPE Labs. The the article by my colleague Emil about the Baltic Sea cable cuts was the most read article from last year. He's also going to present his research, I think tomorrow, to you. And you also see the article by my colleague Kasim on internet technologies in Southeast Europe. But a lot more you can find there. Let's see what next. Two reports that I want to highlight. The first one, the state of IP version 4 and the evolving transfer landscape. It was launched this month, so it's fresh out of the oven. As the name suggests, it's talking about what is going on with IP version 4 at the moment. What is the situation? Can you get an allocation? What has to happen for you to get an allocation? Can you get a transfer? How can you arrange a transfer? And also there is a little bit of information in that report on IP version 6, the difficulty that some network operators are facing when deploying on a large scale. The report was compiled by an external agency. They did a lot of interviews from network operators across our service region. One of the things that most of them had in common is that they thought that IPv6 is here to stay at least for the next 10, maybe 20 years. And so the report would give you some tips on where potentially that could be heading. And then the other report, we published it last year, how to get IP addresses for your network. It gives you an overview of the possibilities that they're there, how you can get an allocation when it comes to V6, or to get on the waiting list when it comes to V4, how you can rent one, how you can rent addresses from a member, or how you can get, for example, a PI assignment when it comes to V6 from a sponsoring member. You can also how you can get a transfer when it comes to IP version 4, and there is also some information on network address optimization, how to make the best use of your addresses that you already have, so that you can do more with less, and also other options like CGNAT, carrier grade network address translation. All of this is described in this report. I think somebody asked me in the morning about IPv4, so I think both of these reports would be great, and I think they are available in Russian, if that's better for you. I want to mention that we started also creating podcasts. I think at the moment we have more than 10 podcasts. These are short videos, maybe half an hour, 40 minutes. That my colleagues in the communications department are creating with experts, both from our staff, but also from the community. My colleague Hisham has a podcast on what is the internet and how the internet works. A colleague from the community recently talked about the sustainability of the digital transformation. So there are a lot of interesting bits there. I would encourage you to take a look at them as well. Let me see how I'm doing with time. Okay, I'm close to finishing. Just wanted to give you an overview of the events that we're going to have this year. Some of them we have already finished. So the SCE meeting, the Southeast Europe meeting, took place in Sofia, in Bulgaria, in April. And then we had the RIPE meeting in Lisbon. And well, today we are in Chisinau in Moldova. And then we have 3 more meetings until the end of the year. RIPE 91 in Bucharest, to which I would like to very much invite you to. It's close by, and so I hope to see many of you there. And then I already mentioned our Central Asia regional event. It's going to be in Almaty, and the Middle East one is going to take place in Dubai. And so just like when you look at the map, I hope that you notice how many events we're doing in this little part of the service region. It's closer to Moldova than a lot of other parts of our service region. So I hope that you stay involved, and I hope to see you not just today and tomorrow, but also to our future events. I'm going to finish with the last slide, just reminding you of the date, 20th, 24th of October, and I really hope to see you there. Thank you for listening. Let me know if you have any questions, and yeah, that is from me.
Коллеги, если у кого-то есть вопросы, пожалуйста.
Dear colleagues, if you have questions, please raise your hand. We will bring the microphone to you. You don't even have to go anywhere, you just have to raise your hand and ask your question. Such a great presentation, so many things for discussions and no questions. Let's hope that you enjoyed everything and you are definitely ready to go to Bucharest in October. And of course, it's not so far away from us. If we go to Bucharest, and Romanian is quite an easy language, I think it's a great opportunity for you to enlarge your cooperation with us. And then I would like to thank you.
И прежде чем передать
Before I give the floor to the second speaker, I will draw your attention to two organizational moments. First, as I understand, not everyone received badges or name tags. This is not quite a compulsory thing, of course. So basically, you can stay quite silently in the room without having a name tag, but you know there is an invitation for dinner, and without this invitation you won't be able to go for dinner. It's better to take this name tag, and having this name tag, tomorrow you will be able to receive this specialized t-shirt. So if you didn't receive your name badge, please do that. And this is not an urgent thing, you shouldn't rush there right now, but please do not forget to do that. Meanwhile, I see that the next speaker is being got ready, and he has almost all the equipment installed, and he is probably almost ready to take the floor. So this is going to be a report on what is key in our activity. We are quite an internet registry. We distribute the internet resources. We have a huge subdivision dealing with that, and the work of this subdivision will be provided to us, and you will learn what new things happened there. And now, please listen to Marco Schmidt, my colleague. He will come up with a presentation. So, the very last thing. And I give the floor to Marco.
Yep, thank you so much. I feel a little bit like a Robocop here. I have a lot of cables around my head, but everything seems to be working. And yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marco Schmidt. I'm the manager of registration services of the RIPE NCC. And in my presentation, I want to dive a little bit deeper into the services that we provide as a registry, as the internet registry to Moldova. And what is useful for you as a natural person, for your organization, for your company, and for Moldova, this beautiful country in general. Now I just have to find out that it's working. Yeah, it is. So I will have 5 sections in my presentation. First, I indeed talk about the registry services that we provide. Then I have a bit of statistics and data about Moldova. I will talk about what is required to become a member, what you have to keep in mind if you are a member, what are the benefits to be a member, and I will close with a short summary about RIPE policies and RIPE community. So first off, what kind of services we provide as a registry to you? Gagana right now gave already a very nice overview about all the activities that the RIPE NCC as organization provides. And the second one was indeed the internet registry, and it's kind of the original purpose of our existence. And we are responsible for the internet number resource management in our service region. We hand out resources, IPv6 and ASN numbers in particular, also IPv4, but There's a little asterisk to that one. That's why I put it in practice, in brackets, because there's a waiting list for IPv4. And of course, all the updates that are happening to resources that we have handed out, because there's maybe a company merger or resources are being transferred from one holder to another. Another service that we provide is the maintenance of all the internet number resources. So we make sure that all the information are publicly available, that you always can find out who is the holder of which kind of resource. We also ensure the accuracy and the currentness of those resources. We also protect actually the rightful resource holder, because especially IPv4, it has a certain value to it, as you all know. So we have seen some attempts there to get unauthorized holdership, and we make sure that this is not happening. So we perform a lot of due diligence. I will come to this a bit later. And we also do investigations if something suspicious has happened. And of course, we have a lot of historical data that we always can see what happened to resources and to our members over time. And lastly, as the service, we provide all this with a great member support. So we support our members throughout their life cycle, from applying to become a new member, through the membership, and even eventually, if required, to the closure of the membership. We give not just support for resource requests and resource updates, but also all other administrative issues. If everything there is needed, you're not sure about something, or even if you have questions about what are our requirements, what are the compliance, what are the rules, we're always there to support you and provide you the answers you need. Now I collected a bit of data about internet number resources that we actually provided to Moldova. And as of today, that's a quick summary in a nutshell, we have 47 members here in this country, and they're holding together 60 LAR accounts. And you always heard already, or you might have heard already, we sometimes talk about LAR and sometimes we talk about members, and I will go into this a bit later to also explain the difference, because as you see in numbers, it's not exactly the same. We also provide actually resources to non-members, so-called end users, and these are smaller blocks. This can be AS numbers and also IPv6 assignments. And as of today, in Moldova, we see 445 IPv4 ranges registered, and this account for a bit more than 1.2 million IPv4 addresses. Also 213 IPv6 allocations and 208 AS numbers. And of course, if you just look at the numbers, it's always difficult to put them in comparison. So I put on this chart to compare a little bit with your neighboring countries, Romania and Ukraine. And as these two countries are significantly larger than Moldova, I also included Albania, because I was looking for a country in our service region which is, from dimensions, from amount of citizens living there, about the same. And if you look at the amount of IPv4, you see, not surprisingly, Romania and Ukraine, much larger, have more IPv4. But Moldova, in comparison to Albania, is has a bit more resources registered on the IPv4 area. For IPv6, actually, Moldova is doing pretty well, I found. So if you compare it even with your larger neighbor, Romania, it's almost the same. Ukraine has a bit more. And with AS numbers, that's about, again, similar like for IPv4. Logically, because of the size, here are less networks because of the geographic dimensions and the numbers of people living in Moldova. I have included one more slide about IPv6, how we see it currently being routed, and overall you see a constant increase. There are some bumps that are related to some unusual IPv6 allocations and transfers, but overall, if you exclude it, you see a regular growth, and currently around 50% of IPv6 allocations that we handed out are being routed. And if you are interested in this kind of data, statistics, more details, I strongly recommend you to attend the next session, because then my colleagues Jelena and Alex will dive much more deeper in what we see about the usage and the performance of IPv4, IPv6 NES numbers in Moldova. And in my presentation, I just included 2 more slides regarding the LAR account development. So how many LARs we are seeing being open in Moldova, how many being closed. And that's actually also one of the reasons why I'm holding this presentation, because you see actually there is a downward trend. Less LAR accounts are being opened. The last 2 years, or this year and here 2024, actually only 1 new LAR account. And the amount of LARs being closed is actually exceeding the amount of LARs being opened. And that's, I think there's a missed opportunity there, and I will talk about it. And because it's also reflected in the amount of resources that we provide to Moldova, and that's, I mean, it's going a bit up and down, but overall there is a downward trend which is understandably IPv4, but for IPv6 and NES numbers, it's there, and I think this can be changed because Moldova needs more resources to grow with the internet. And of course, one way to get more resources is to become a member. And now I actually want to explain a little bit the difference, what is a member, what is an LAR. So we as the RIPE NCC, we are a membership organization. So in order to join us, you have to become a member. And in that moment, we open a so-called LAR account for you. And as a member, you actually can open more than 1 LAR account. And you might maybe ask yourself, why would I do that? And there are 2 reasons. Actually, all resources that we provide, they are provided per LAR account. So there are certain policies in place, and they say, okay, an LAR can receive so much IPv6. So some members decided to open more LAR accounts to get more resources. Other members had maybe several branches in one country, and they prefer that each branch is administrating their own amount of resources, so they decided to open multiple LAR accounts. So that hopefully clarifies the difference between member and LAR. And to become a member, it's actually quite straightforward. First of all, anyone can become a member. An organization, an internet service provider, of course, academics, but also natural persons. You as a private person can become a member if you want to. And actually, we need not so many information from you. You need to identify yourself. So an organization needs to send us a company registration paper and a natural person and a valid ID. We need a bit more information that we can send you the invoice and that we can contact you via email and via phone number. Once we get such a request of a membership application, we perform our due diligence. We make sure that the person or the company exists and is in good standing with the National Registry. We also perform sanction checks because as we are based in the Netherlands, we are subject of sanctions that are applied by the European Union, most prominent, of course, sanctions towards Iran or to Russia, but we do this for all applications. We verify that the contact information that we receive, that they are correct and working, and we also check that an authorized person actually signed the agreement, because it must be somebody who is legally allowed to represent a company. And then basically, once this signature is done, the last thing, always the most unpleasant one, is missing, which is to pay your annual fee, which is currently 1,850 euros, and also will be like this next year. And there's a sign-up fee of 1,000 euros. And then your membership is being activated, and you can request resources. And of course, also Gergana mentioned it already, often there are questions about IPv4. Do you, RIPE NCC, still have IPv4? And the good news is, yes, we have. But, and there's always a but, It takes time because we don't really have a lot of free address space anymore, but there is a recycling process. Sometimes resources are being deregistered, and after a certain quarantine and holding period, we reissue this recycled space, and only new members can get a small range, a /24, from this recycled space via a waiting list system, which comes first come, first serve. And I have included here a graphic that shows a bit the development. So the waiting list actually exists since 2019. For quite some years, there was more address space in our pools, in our recycled pools, than there was demand. That's why you see this line until around 2021, and then it increased rather sharply. And you see the blue line, these are the numbers of LARs, LAR counts in the queue, waiting on the waiting list, and the black line, how many days they have been already waiting. And you see it was rising rather sharply. As we sometimes hand out resources that we recycled, you see those drops. And overall, the number of LARs in the waiting list is now kind of hovering around 1,000 at any given time. And the waiting time is slowly increasing. You see it's around 600 days that the LAR that is now first in line is already waiting, so it's around 18 months. So if you would decide now to become a member, to open a LAR account and to submit your request, you can estimate that in 1.5 to 2 years, you will get this /24 from us. Other resources we, of course, provide much faster, which is IPv6 and ASN numbers. As a member, you have the right, without much justification, to get a /29 allocation of IPv6, and even more if you need to and if you can justify it. And also we provide your NAS number and we provide your IPv6 assignments, which are smaller blocks than an allocation, but if you need it for a special routing reason. And such requests of AS numbers and IPv6 assignments can be also handed out to non-members, which I showed you at the beginning, that there are 88 such non-members that got resources here in Moldova. But these end users must have a sponsorship agreement with a RIPE NCC member. And now I want to talk a bit more what we actually expect from you as a member, but also what are the benefits on top of getting resources. Something that is very important, and that's actually one of the messages that, or the main message that I would like to give to all members here in the room is, please keep us up to date if anything changes about your organization. If you change name, if you change contact details, legally there's maybe a company merge and so on, please let us know on time, because then we can update your membership. Also, if you decide to transfer resources, some of your resources, to somebody else, or you're getting resources from somebody else, please let us know as well so we can update our records. And of course, and we hope that doesn't happen to you, but if your company would get bankrupt, we also need to know, because then your membership would be ending. So what are actually the reasons or the benefits to become a member? Well, you will get an access to a dedicated LAR portal, and through this portal you can submit all the requests. You can request for resources, also to transfer them. And actually only RIPE NCC members can get IPv4 allocations, what I mentioned, and also the large IPv6 allocations. You can deploy ROAS, so you can use RPKI, and you actually can influence how we as the RIPE NCC are working. So you will vote for the board, the members of the board that then control the RIPE NCC, and you also will vote directly on important matters. For example, the charging scheme, how much our members have to pay per year. Also other reports and changes to the articles of association and other important documents are subject to voting of the membership. There are also more benefits to the ones of you that have attended the newcomer session. Gegana mentioned them already. So there we offer a lot of training activities and also on-site, and these are free for our members. There are also vouchers for our certification program to attend the RIPE meeting with 2 tickets, and also to actually be part of that RIPE Atlas network that also Emil will talk about tomorrow, and to get credits for that one. For that you can do your own measurements. Of course, as I said, when we talk about a membership cycle, it can also end with closing a membership. And the most common cause is, of course, that an organization decides themselves, okay, we stop our businesses, we don't need the resources anymore, that they ask us to close their membership. And that's possible at any given time. But also we, as a RIPE NCC, we may decide to close a member, and we don't do that lightly. But if you forget to pay your invoice, if we can't contact you over a longer period of time, or if we identify that somebody violated policies or the articles of the service agreement, then we terminate their membership, and then all the resources of that membership are being deregistered and put in quarantine for at least 6 months, and then eventually are being reissued. And that's one of the reasons why we have IPv4 that we hand out and on the waiting list to people waiting there. Of course, I mentioned at the beginning the member support is there, so members can contact us for all questions via the LAR portal. But even if you are not a member, you can reach us at any time, either via a chat during business hours on our website, or by sending an email to ncc@ripe.net. And I also here included a link to a report that we published. That is the one that we published last year, how to get IP addresses for a network. It's really clearly and in simple terms explained what are your options. And indeed, what Gegana mentioned, it's also available in different languages, including Russians. And then actually, I just included this slide this morning because we also can offer something for free today to our members. It was mentioned also by Gegana. If you are a member, you can request your own personal ARC today in person. And what is an ARC actually? Well, that stands short for Assisted Registry Check, where we, together with you, review your registration details. Are all the contact information still up to date? Is there something not well configured, or do you have actually the right to request some resources? And these ARCs are for all members, rather new or long-standing. And you can request them today if you not have done it already. It's done by my colleagues that are out on that registration service desk just outside of the room. And also maybe good to know, if you're not so comfortable to speak English, we also can offer to do this ARC in Russian with you. So please, if you haven't done it yet, after that session, meet my colleagues Anna and Shell at the service desk. And now I'm already at my last section of my presentation. I just want to talk briefly about RIPE policies. This topic came up already during the newcomer session, and also Gegana spoke a bit about it, but I just want to highlight it again because those policies are made by the RIPE community, but they really define how we provide you with resources. So I mentioned that only a /24 IPv4 via the waiting list is provided. I mentioned that the /29 IPv6 allocation is provided. And those numbers are not decided by us, not by the board, not even by the members, but by the RIPE community via developing policies and eventually updating them, improving them, bringing them up to date. And we as a RIPE NCC, we then, once they have been approved, consensus has been reached, we implement them and we follow them. And just quickly to close here, the RIPE community, who is it? It was mentioned before, anyone can join the RIPE community, anyone with an interest in the development, in the good of the internet You can participate via mailing list. It's easy to subscribe. You can attend meetings like this one or the RIPE meeting that is coming up in Bucharest soon. And there, indeed, you can propose policy changes. You can propose a new policy. And this will be discussed on the mailing list. There's a process. And if there is consensus achieved, so not voting, but if there's consensus on the change, it will be implemented. And that helps actually to shape the internet, the future of the internet, for our whole service region and also for Moldova. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Коллеги, напоминаю, достаточно поднять руку.
Dear colleagues, it is enough to raise your hand and somebody with a microphone will approach. I think this presentation was very important both for the members of RIPE NCC, for the larger community, and the last part is very relevant for the country. I've been here for 2 weeks since Moldova Digital Summit, and I've heard repeatedly that Moldovan operators, Moldovan community has been very active at the national level in terms of developing regulations and the policy development process. And it will be great if you will be just as active at the regional level, at the level of RIPE NCC. This is your right, this is your opportunity. You're not limited in this way, in any way. So you've heard about how it's happening in general. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. You can approach Marco later because he's going to stay throughout the event and he will be happy to answer any of your questions. I understand that there are no immediate questions right now. So probably you need to digest all the information that you have received, but please don't hesitate to approach Marco later. Thank you very much. The next part will be dedicated to project during the transition period. We rebuilt it, we modernized it significantly, upgraded it, because this entire project has been developed for you. It is that work that we do for the community, and quality of it is very important for us, and the expected outcomes are also very appreciated by us. So now we are ready to showcase what has been done, and maybe to tell you, maybe it will be something new for somebody. Maybe not everybody knows about this project, but we would like to tell you about how it looks right now. So it's the project called RightStat, which collects data that we have. We asked the organization that has a laboratory, that has internet research. We have quite a lot of raw data. Obviously, we have registry data as well. We have data from other sources, and we aggregate those data in different ways in order to be able to answer any questions that might be relevant for the community. So RightStat is the project that collects all the data, and my colleague Donis is going to tell about it.
Oh, yeah, you have this. Yeah, I suppose.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear me. Okay. One second, please. Okay. Ready to go? Bună ziua, sunt Adonis Ariopoulos și lucrez pentru RIPE NCC.
Hello, I am Adonis. I work for RIPE NCC. I want to thank you for coming to our event here in Chisinau. Today, my presentation will be about RightStat, one of our tools of internet measurement. I will continue the rest of presentation in English, but I wanted to greet you in Romanian.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adonis Stergiopoulos, and I work for the RIPE NCC. I want to thank you all for coming to our event here in Chisinau. I speak some Romanian, so I thought it might be nice to greet you in one of the local languages. And today my presentation will be about RIPEstat, and it's one of our internet measurement tools. So I'm going to start. I'm not sure. I'm going to ask, has any of you know RIPEstat? Okay, few people. All right, more people. Nice. Okay, so for those of you that they're not aware, RIPEstat is our information service that can be used to get internet-related data and analytics. So it helps us understand more about IP address space, autonomous systems, routing statistics. It provides visualizations and much more. And one of the key advantages is that it aggregates different data sets, so routing, DNS, registry, geolocation, all in one place. And whether you're a network operator or a policymaker, or if you're a researcher, then RIPEstat offers a very good overview of how the internet works. So as I said, RIPEstat works by gathering data from different sources, over 30. Some of them are owned by the RIPE NCC, so example, the RIPE database or RIPE Atlas, or our routing information service, RIS, that my colleague Tis will talk more about tomorrow. And then there are other sources like routing registries like RIPE-IR or other regional internet registry datasets and IANA. And the privilege of this, it combines data from all these different resources and gives a more accurate picture of a network's behavior, and is much better finding one place that does it all rather than going all to these different sources to get the information. So why is it useful? Well, depends on what you do, but for most cases is very good for analyzing routing paths and check changes in routing or monitor a network's health. You can also validate the RPKI status, that's the trustworthiness of BGP announcements. And another purpose is to check any anomalies or outages. You can also use the looking glass for real-time visibility into routing from the perspective of the risk collectors. And how to access RIPEstat? Well, if you have a laptop or a mobile, you can just go to stat.ripe.net, and then you can start using our UI version. Otherwise, there is an API that you can use to consume data directly, have your own alerts, configurations, and make your own visualizations if you want. And the API is the public data interface for RIPEstat and the data source for the UI. So getting started with RIPEstat. If you visit the platform, then the first thing you will see is a search bar that you can just add any prefix, an ASN, a country code, or a domain name, and then depending on the network that you're connected, you're going to get some suggestions. And after that, you will see the results. For example, for AS3333, that's for the RIPE NCC, you can get different information about routing, DNS. And instead of me just talking, I'm actually going to show how this works. So again, if you go into stat.ripe.net, here is the platform, and I am connected now to this ASN. That's why it comes up as a suggestion. And then I can get an overview. I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger if it helps. So you can get information about routing, abuse contact, the rating status, and a quick overview of this ASN. I don't know if this helps, but perhaps for some of you, you might want to translate this. There's no built-in function for this, so you would have to kind of use your browser, I guess, for this. Maybe it will help by translating some of this into your local language if you need to. I'm going to switch back to English just for my convenience. And then you, as I said, there's these tabs on the top that as you scroll through the page, they stay fixed, and you can see all sort of like different information, DNS, database, geolocation, and transfers. Here we've, have some more to show, but I think I'm going to go back to switch back and forth. But this is kind of like how you can get started with it. So I'm trying to switch. Okay. Here we go. So one of the features that I want to highlight is that Ripestat, you can also compare different ASNs or any other data sets that you might want to. So you might want to look at the, routing history of a prefix, so you can compare that one against another one. This is done, but if you are using the online version, just by going into compare, and then you can easily compare different resources. Again, you pick the widget that you would like to use, and then you just go ahead and add it here, and you can start comparing. Here we go. Okay. Then before this event, I also looked a little bit at the landscape of Moldova. And here through Ripestat, you can actually see more information about the country, like level statistics, the ASN allocation, routing information, RPKI deployment. This, from what Marco mentioned earlier, you can actually get quite a lot of these statistics through Ripestat, and you can also compare it against another country. And you might want to do that if you want to see how there are differences in routing diversity or IPv6 deployment or RPKI uptake. If I switch back to this, and I can just place here, for example, Moldova. And then if I will add Romania here. Then you can see the different ASNs, for example, the IPv4 and IPv6 deployment. And of course, you can add more. I think for now, it's up to 4 countries that you can compare. Then another feature that is quite popular is BG Play, that visualizes the routing history of a prefix of or an ASN over time. And you can see BGP changes as they happen, or look back to diagnose any incidents like hijacks or route leaks or withdrawals based on risk data. I'm sorry for the back and forth. I hope it's not causing a lot of disturbance. So if we were to check, I think now I'm back connected to the hotels network. But I should get up BG Play here. Actually, I have a newer version of BG Play that is going to come out this week, and it looks like this. We haven't shown this before. So if we were looking at the AS33 again of the RIPE NCC, you can see differences in routing in time, and then you can see any anomalies and stuff. So this new version will become available this week or next week, so you might want to take a look at this. Then another feature that I would like to highlight is routing consistency. So this feature compares what's registered in different registries and what's actually being advertised in BGP. It also checks if these announcements are covered by RPKI, and the aim for this is to highlight any inconsistencies that could indicate misconfigurations or outdated registry objects. Then the last one that I would like to talk about is consistency comparison. So it lets you assess whether the routing information match up with reverse DNS information for a given resource. And so this discrepancies might point out to stale DNS records or unregistered address space. And while this isn't always a critical operationally, it is an indicator of how well maintained a network's health and records are. And the last feature that I want to talk about is the Looking Glass. So this is our latest feature that helps you check in real time the routing from our risk collectors, and you can filter by a specific AS path or exclude certain nodes, or analyze certain communities. You can give it a try if you want to. I promise this is the last time I go back to my browser, but the Looking Glass is right here. Okay, it's taking a little bit more time, but let me see if, okay, it works here. So if I were to use the IP address that I'm connected now, it's going to use this one and go back to the Looking Glass. I can see all the different, how it's viewed by the risk collectors, and then I can exclude a specific path. So I'm just going to pick the first one here, and then I can just further filter it to the way that I would like to. Then our future plans for Ripestat for now is we want to expand the Looking Glass that I just showed you. Is something that we introduced in the last sort of month and a half. And if you have any feedback for that, please let us know. We also want to make improvements to our upstream visibility widget and also make changes to BGP Play. I showed you how it's going to look like, so this is coming up very soon. Aside from that, we really want to improve the data quality. So a lot of users rely on our data, and we want to make sure that there's quite a lot of accuracy there. So this is our focus. And we're also making changes to our RIS service, which is one of the primary data sources for Ripestat. So even though this is a different service, making changes there will also benefit Ripestat. And every quarter we're publishing the plans of what we're planning to do with Ripestat and other services on the website below, so you can find more information. So this was just a brief overview of how Ripestat works and what it is. And I'm happy to take any questions from many people who might have some.
Если у кого-то есть вопрос.
If anybody has a question, please raise your hand. And my colleagues are going to approach you. Thank you. We have a question in this session, finally.
I have a question. When, if it already exists, or when it will exist, if to Ripestat will have MCP connector? I mean that external LLMs could take information directly from Ripestat and to analyze. Because with BGP Play, it's very funny to see, of course, the lines, what are changing. But for example, I can just ask from this time to this time if prefix had a problem.
Yes.
This was it.
Well, I might just point back to one of my colleagues who might have an answer for that. But there's my colleague Tis back, who can answer this better than I can.
Yeah, Tis. Can you?
It's really fun. I know somebody has tried this in an afternoon. It's not with NCP, but another way. But we haven't had time to build on for this. But this will be a very fun thing to do a hackathon or whatever. Or if you create it, to just use the API and put it on GitHub so others can play with it. Oh, I'll try it. Cool.
Спасибо огромное. На самом деле,
Thank you very much. You know, actually, when I was on my way here, I was going to say that pay attention at this event. This is for the first time when we publicly showcase certain things that we have done. So this is the first public announcement. It's it's a sign. Anyway, no one in the world before you, colleagues, have heard about what we are launching and what could be useful. So before saying this, obviously, I asked about the questions, and then the question comes about even further development. Much further development about what could be done in order to be up to date with the technologies existing at the moment, the cutting edge technologies. So you see, we are on the same page. We understand, we have the same understanding of the situation. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments or thoughts that you would like to share? No? Nobody? Well, anyway, Adonis, Tees, my other colleagues are always here. So if you have anything, if anything comes to your mind later, do not hesitate to approach us. We are here for this. Having said that, we can close this session. We have told you about what we have done, what we are doing now, what plans we have for the future in several areas that are key priorities for us, and the next session will be dedicated to practical things more. Thank you very much, Adonis. I am closing this session, and what do we have now? A round of applause.
Who has performed assisted registration? Друзья, мы тут говорили...
Friends, we have mentioned about assisted registry check. Do you remember?
Okay. Елена, можно вас?
Elena, may I ask you, please?
Сейчас это будет квиз.
We'll have a quiz now, and if you manage to get the answers right, you will get a candy. And if not, then there will be Vivaldi's stall.
Где разгадка?
So, what is the answer? Who will try to solve this puzzle? You will get your carrot or a candy.
Atlas.
Atlas? No, it's not Atlas.
Неужели не разгадываете?
What do you mean? I measured it. I tried I took all the measurements. I even put it on. What do you mean? you don't get it. You want me to put on the second one and then get it off again and then try it on and then measure what? In the beginning, I also mentioned about a assisted registry check, whether you've passed it. So, what? So?
No. Socket? Эх, ребята.
Guys, look, life is much simpler than you think. You are talking about BGP, something else, but life is simpler. Just go for an assisted registry check and get the socks as a gift. Yes, with ripe NCC on them. We have our assisted registry check over there. Our colleagues are there. You can get your check, you can get your socks and your measurement unit also with the logo. So it's branded and it also says atlas.ripe.net. Okay, so you said about Atlas, but actually this is something that those who go for an assisted registry check get. So you can do it today, you can do it tomorrow. And if you pass it, then it's simple, it's not an exam, nothing like that. You can just have your assisted registry check to see what records you have to make sure they are all right, your records in our database. So who would like to get some socks? Raise your hands. Well, after the session, obviously. And who would like to get the meter? No, I understand. No. So let's thank Elena. And this is for me, because nobody guessed. So, we start the session, which is going to be rather interesting as well.
Internet Trails of Moldova.
Internet Trails of Moldova, it is called. And I would like to invite Elena, come back. Well, you stay here. And, well, you can sit here. You don't want to? Whatever you want. Anyway, then we have a recorded session from Sophie Finsberg on digital infrastructure of Moldova in the public interest. She is from the Department of Communication, University of Copenhagen. Sophie doesn't hear us now, but she's with us in her thoughts. Can we get the presentation on the screen, please?
I'm Sophie Finsberg. I am a co-founder of the Digital Infrastructure think tank here in Denmark, and I am also a researcher at the University of Copenhagen. I am presenting a mapping today of the internet infrastructure in Moldova. I have done it in collaboration with my colleague Signe Sofus Lai. The mapping focuses on identifying key components of the national internet infrastructure in Moldova, what we call the bottlenecks that can allow or constrain access to the global internet. And in doing so, we also map out the market actors that own and control these infrastructural components, thereby serving as gatekeepers of the internet. And finally, this also allows us to discuss the infrastructures and stakeholders that people and institutions in Moldova rely on when using the internet, what we call the central dependencies. So our outset here is that the internet has drastically transformed and expanded our abilities to communicate, gather information, spread news, and so forth. the demand for access to all these wonders of the internet have resulted in infrastructures being deployed at rapid speeds with limited oversight and regulation. But the digital infrastructures, from cables in the ground to the algorithms and social media, have immense influence on people's everyday lives and societal structures. As such, analysis of internet infrastructures are a crucial step to having informed conversations and understanding the complexities of our digital environment and the risks embedded in our heavy reliance on the internet. In mapping out the key components and gatekeepers of the internet in Moldova, we employ a strategy that we call follow the data. In contrast to the idea of the internet as something that lives in the cloud, we set out to identify the physical systems that allow data to flow from one user to another, or from a user to a server farm hosting whatever content the user would wish to access. To be concrete, when an internet user reaches for a digital device such as a smartphone and opens an app to, for instance, check the latest news, she activates a complex chain of infrastructurally enabled events that break her request down to data packages, pass them along to a local network operator, who then routes them onwards through a series of network hubs, data centers and cables to ultimately reach the server of the news site. Within the milliseconds of this travel, other data packages are sent through other routes and to other destinations, delivering information on the user's whereabouts, browser history, network speed, and so forth to various third-party services assisting the app in understanding her preferences, adjusting the required content, selling targeted ads, and so forth. The news media then sends the requested content back to the user in the form of other data packages that are unpacked and processed by the user's device and presented as texts, images, or videos. These infrastructural arrangements and the structural conditions that enable and constrain the habitual and mundane activity of checking the news, they are essential if we want to understand how the internet and digital activities can be and are controlled. As communication content makes its way from sender to receiver, data packages can be blocked, stored, and redirected in a multitude of ways. The institutions and stakeholders involved in this continuous transport and exchange of data thereby hold immense power in contemporary digital communication environments, making governance of critical internet infrastructures an urgent concern when discussing press freedom and media development, but also cybersecurity and geopolitics. When mapping the internet infrastructures in a particular context, here Moldova, we always start at what is typically referred to as the last mile. To go on the internet, users need to connect to some sort of internet connection, either a fixed broadband subscription or a mobile connection. A country's access networks thus refer to the internet connections that are available to end users and can be assessed by mapping the availability and the use of fixed and mobile broadband, as well as the internet service providers, which are the companies that supply them. Compared to the other parts of the internet infrastructure, the access network layer is relatively straightforward, since it is officially monitored by supranational institutions such as the International Telecommunications Union and the World Bank. In the context of Moldova, we thus see a significant growth in internet penetration, marked by a general rise in broadband subscriptions, here we illustrate them as fixed connections, and a corresponding rise in data traffic, here represented by mobile data traffic. Most of these connections are mobile, but Moldova also have quite a large share of high-capacity fixed connections compared to other countries in the EU. When we look at the gatekeepers supplying these connections, we find four main players, namely Moltelecom, Molcel, Starnet, and Orange, with many of the physical infrastructures being owned by Moltelecom and leased to its competitors. This is often the least surprising part of our mappings, since it is subject to systematic market monitoring, and most people are aware about who their internet service provider is. So instead of dwelling too much on this first or last mile of the internet, I will instead move on to the infrastructures that allow these operators to send the packages onwards through central hubs and fiber optic cables that make up the underlying architectures known as the internet's backbone. So moving beyond the local access networks, the backbone layer refers to the underlying networks and facilities that allow different ISPs to exchange data. For instance, through terrestrial fiber networks, as you see here on the slide. These fiber optic cable routes serve as highways between the different local networks and also allow data to be routed in and out of the country. In Moldova, we find a total of 90 cables and 14 in planning. They are all owned by the same operators who own the local access networks. So when seeking to identify the bottlenecks of the internet, of course, the most interesting cables to look at are the cross-border cables, here to Romania and Ukraine, where Moldova connects to the global internet. And as far as we can tell from these maps, all of these border connections are owned by Telecom. As another key infrastructure component, we have looked at the sites where network operators exchange data through so-called internet exchange points. These exchange points are vital parts of the internet, since the people and the servers that we wish to connect to are rarely operated by the same network. As such, Moldova's two internet exchange points constitute central matchmaking locations that make the global internet function. Again, we find Telecom as a key gatekeeper here in this part of the internet, joined by the German corporation Trabia, who supplies the second and newest IXP facility. Most of the networks that exchange data here in these internet exchange points they are also Moldovan, but we also see a few American, German and Bulgarian operators who link into these network hubs. As a final example of backbone infrastructure, we have also looked at the data centers where content is hosted. And in Moldova, we have found 6 data centers where most of them are owned again by national actors such as Telecom, but also Trabia IP host and so forth. Yet we can also approach this hosting of data from another perspective, namely by looking at where key websites are hosted. So based on a list supplied by our collaborators, we have also mapped out some of the most important websites and looked up their hosting arrangements, since they do not necessarily have to be hosted in Moldova. Yet here we also find a strong national presence, but we also see American platforms, most prominently Cloudflare, and we also find a few Russian hosting services that mainly support Russian-minded media. Moving to a more well-known part of the digital infrastructure, we have also mapped the most used websites and apps in Moldova, as these serve as most people's gateway to the internet, because they translate data packages transmitted through access and backbone networks into comprehensible content, while also breaking down user requests into data. So the provision and use of digital services rely on infrastructures such as hosting services, so-called cloud solutions, domain name systems, operating systems, browsers, and app stores, all allowing data to be stored and processed at the edges of the network. This part of the internet infrastructure is, in other words, critical to the production and dissemination of information, and therefore often foregrounded in discussions of digital communication capacities. In Moldova, we find a classic mix of global, mainly American platforms such as ChatGPT, Facebook, and Google, but also more national services such as e-government apps, news media, and so forth. Like many other populations in the world, internet users in Moldova largely depend on international services, placing global actors as key gatekeepers of the online world. Yet both on the website and app top lists, we also find quite a few national services testifying to a strong digital sector in Moldova that produces a lot of the very used services by the Moldovan population. Finally, as the fourth layer in this layered cake that the internet is, we have also looked at the different services that are built into these apps and websites. We here refer to them as third-party services that assist first-party applications in understanding their users, storing and distributing content, selling targeted ads, and so forth. These third-party technologies constitute a critical but often hidden and opaque part of the internet infrastructure and the market, since most applications are both functionally and commercially dependent on externally provided tools and services. In the illustration below, you see the top 100 most downloaded apps in Moldova to the left, and then the companies that supply different types of third-party services for each of them, and the countries that these third-party companies originate in. As such, you can see Google's mother company, Alphabet, and Facebook's mother company, Meta, as leading this market because they have a wide range of different tools and services that they make available for people who wish to build and maintain apps. We also find TikTok's mother company, the Chinese company ByteDance, and the Russian equivalent to Google, namely Yandex, as quite prominent actors in this market. When we instead turn to look at the more national website landscape based on the top list that our collaborators have provided us with, we find a slightly different data market. Here, Yandex actually comes out as the #1 most popular third-party company, with other Russian actors also being represented. So even though Russian websites are and can't be blocked, Russian companies clearly still play a central role in providing various data services to these sites, be they in the form of analytics, ad recommendations, and so forth. And of course, this potentially at least allows them to harvest data from the different websites used by people in Moldova. Notably, we think the key player Yandex, which is by far the biggest third-party actor when we look at this sample of websites, it's interesting to note that it has recently been sold, and there has been concerns about an increasing influence from the Russian government. So in this way, this dependence on Yandex as a third-party provider also to Moldovan websites might be something that is worth looking into. Okay, so returning to the outset of this presentation, we have identified a number of important bottlenecks in the Moldovan internet infrastructure, from these fiber optic highways to third-party data services and beyond. Looking to the actors who control these infrastructures, we have found several important gatekeepers, most notably Moltelecom, that owns and controls a broad portfolio of infrastructural resources in the country. Yet, especially when we turn to the data economy, we also see broader geopolitical power structures, with American, Russian, and Chinese services being integrated into a wide range of online services. As such, we encourage the participants at this summit to consider the infrastructural and economic dependencies on national as well as international stakeholders. So to round up the presentation, we would like to raise 3 important points for further research and discussion. First, we would encourage a debate about the costs associated with infrastructure build-out, implementation, and maintenance across the digital value chain. So solutions provided by so-called big tech are often free of charge or at least inexpensive compared to custom-made products. Yet they also come with built-in dependencies that should be subject to democratic debate. Secondly, we also call for further investigations of the digital environments and market beyond the level of platforms and services that are often placed center stage in discussions about the spread of, for instance, online information and cyber threats. Specifically, our mapping calls for considering if existing domain blocking should also be accompanied by discussions about the vulnerabilities associated with large-scale deployment of foreign third-party services. Finally, the last point refers to a concept that is on the political agenda these days, namely digital sovereignty, which is often seen as the solution to the geopolitical challenges that we face. Yet we believe that this mapping also calls for more nuanced discussions about the vulnerabilities that might come with national and state-based ownership of key infrastructures. That said, I would like to thank you a lot for listening to this presentation, and I hope you have a really good summit. Bye.
Да, она нас, к сожалению, не слышит.
Unfortunately, Sophie doesn't hear us. The presentation has been recorded. But, we have other colleagues who can hear us, who are here with us. And now I'm going to invite Alex Semeniaka and Yelena to come up on stage. Please, take a seat. Elena, do you have your socks with you?
И у них будет презентация про интернет-ландскейп.
They will have a presentation on the landscape of Moldova's internet.
Go ahead with your presentation. Так. Товарищи, мы готовы слушать Елену?
Are we ready to listen to Elena? No. Well, this is another thing. So you can see that Elena is happy to share with you. Well done.
If that's allowed, I will stand. I find it more relaxing to get something to hold on to while I'm speaking, just for comfort. So, I'm Jana, this is Alex, you already know him, and we are part of the community development team at the RIPE NCC. We're going to cover a talk it seems to be very pretty much complementary to the previous one, and I'm hoping that we're going to get your attention throughout the talk, because we are also going to share a lot of figures and a lot of data. We're going to do a different type of presentation because we're going to do it together, and we're going to do it in English entirely, just so that I am able to follow what Alex is saying. So what we have prepared for today is a quite comprehensive overview of the internet landscape and network resilience in Moldova. Due to the time limitations, we are going to focus on some key aspects that we found the most interesting. But I'm pretty sure that there will be time for further discussions in the panel afterwards. And before I dig into the topic, I thought it would be useful to start with by setting a context. If we look at Moldova, we can say that Moldova is a small country, geographically positioned between two larger neighboring countries. On one side is Romania, on the other side is Ukraine. And just to note that throughout our analysis and our talk, we're going to do this comparative analysis to these two countries. And the second note at the very beginning, sort of a disclaimer, that I try to put all of the data sources and information sources that we used on each slide, so you can make sure that you understand where the data is coming from, and maybe you want to verify. So this specific map is coming from Wikipedia, and the next slide as well. This is just one of the ways, if we wanted to look at Moldova at glance, we can look at these basic social and economic parameters to get a picture. We can see, as I mentioned, Moldova is a small country, both in terms of land and area and population size. But then if we look at economic parameters, specifically GDP, and this is per capita, we can see that Romania is definitely a regional lead, which is not surprising. Romania is also the only EU member country among these three. But also, if we compare the figures from Moldova and Ukraine, we can see they're pretty similar, despite the fact that there's a stark difference in the other two parameters between these two countries. And these are the figures, the estimates for 2024 and 2025. So going into the topic now, internet resilience seems to be one of the hot topics in the recent years, globally speaking, but also specific to this region, due to, as has been mentioned many times so far, let's call it dynamic geopolitical environment. This is something that people are paying more and more attention to. And if we wanted to start by giving you a sort of a definition what we mean when we say internet resilience, we can give a definition that says that it's a capacity of a country or a region's internet infrastructure to maintain a stable and reliable service despite disruptions, which could be intentional or unintentional. But there's a different way. If we imagine a game of Jenga, where, like in the picture here, where if we build a stable, strong structure and a strong foundation, even if we move a couple of pieces from it, the structure is going to remain, the tower is going to remain stable. But if the foundation is not strong enough, removing one or two pieces could lead to the collapse of the whole tower. So this type of metaphor could be applied to the critical internet infrastructure if we imagine that each block represents one piece of the, one part of the digital ecosystem. And when Alex and I were deciding on the approach to take when doing this type of analysis, we kind of agreed that we're going to follow the framework that was already developed by our colleagues in the Internet Society, ISOC Pulse project, that has been working on publishing country reports and the Internet Resilience Index for Moldova and many, many different countries around the globe. And here you can see their overall index scores for countries that belong to the Eastern Europe. I'm not quite sure how they defined the region here, how they made these countries this selection. There are some other choices, but still, the information, the takeaway from this slide is that if we can see that with the 55%, this is like a score that the project ended up with, puts Moldova in the lower bottom half of this group of countries. And then it would be good to zoom into that because we were interested in getting a closer look into the methodology behind this, calculating this type of score. And we can see that the framework that the ISOC team ended up with includes 4 different categories, basic categories. We have infrastructure, security, performance, and market readiness. And I'm not sure if it's too small, letters might be too small for you to see on the screen, but no worries, this is not as important. I'm just going to talk over the most important key aspects of it. And I will also try to look, just to give you an overview, when we compare these four, when we break down the total score into 4 different categories, we can see that the highest one belongs to the security at 65%, and the lowest one is at the market readiness at only 38%. And for that reason, we wanted to start with getting closer into market readiness category. And again, we are going to provide many different angles to this type of analysis, including our own data sources that we as a RIPE NCC collect, but we're also, both Alex and I are going to be sharing some of the external sources as well. So the first one is the market structure itself. So starting, as I said, many different angles to look at the market structure, and this is just the first one that I'm showing you now, which is the data that comes from us as a registry. We were interested in looking at the trends of our members in Moldova. This is the simple graph that shows number of active LARs in Moldova over the time. And as you can see, there's surges in numbers of the members, and there's sudden drops. And I've put here 3 different references, time points that might provide some explanation for these trends, this behavior. These are only the points that are referring to the RIPE policies that might be relevant to these behaviors. But again, I'm guessing that this is probably the result, the overall image is the result of multiple factors, not just one. So in 2012, I'm just going to go very quickly. In 2012, the RIPE NCC has received the last /8 from Ayana from this pool. This led to introducing new policies. One of them is that LARs are going to be able to request only 1/22 assignment. This led to certain intended or unintended consequences that existing members of the RIPE NCC were opening new LAR accounts to be able to receive these allocations. This type of pattern was spotted by the community and by the executive board of RIPE NCC, and a temporary ban was put in place back in 2015-16. This ban was removed after further discussion among the membership. 2016, this might explain the surge, and then at the very peak you can see the date where the last /22 allocation across the service region was allocated. And then after that, we see the drop. So this is, at the highest peak, we can see almost 250 LARs in Moldova, and now it's around 50, so it's a real drastic drop. And then we just wanted to give you an image to compare the similar pattern in Romania and Ukraine, although what we can see, the drop in number of LARs is not as drastic, but very similar patterns. And then if we look at the different angle, external angle, these pie charts are created using the public data published by the local registry, national regulatory agency. The report is from 2024, and this is just the market shares when it comes to fixed broadband and mobile voice markets, or mobile, voice and data markets. This is the distribution of the market shares. When we're talking about the fixed market, again, we're seeing the 3 dominant players. This has already been mentioned in the previous presentation, where Mold Telecom is still the incumbent, plays the most significant role. When it comes to mobile, that role belongs to Orange Moldova. And there are 2 other dominant 2 other operators present in the country. There's another way of looking at the market structure, and this is to look at how the end users are connected to each other. So this is peer-to-peer connectivity, and this is also combining the data from APNIC that estimates the number of end users behind each network. So this is just an estimation. And again, we're seeing pretty similar image with these dominant players. And we see that there is some interconnection happening visible between them, and that one IXP is also here captured. Besides the IXP, we also see other intermediary networks. And then we wanted to just show you, just to compare, this is the most interesting part, that image compared to Romania and Ukraine. And in Romania, what you can see immediately is the centralization or the consolidation of the market that is present, where the circle looks quite different. And then compare that to Ukraine, where the decentralization of the market is quite apparent, not to mention a lot of the interconnection happening between the networks. And again, just a disclaimer that this is a snapshot in time. So these type of measurements are performed every day. So on a different date, this image might look slightly different, and you might even see some the different IXPs appearing in the images that are not present here. And the last thing, when we're talking about the market concentration, and one of the important elements of internet resilience, it is an economic measure. There's a way to quantify that number, that calculation. And for this, we use the HS score. Again, we're using the APNIC data to estimate the number of end users behind each ASN. And by using that data and certain formulas, we're able to come up with these scores. The results are the fact that the way to interpret these numbers is to say that everything above 0.18 is moderately, between 0.1 and 0.18 is moderately concentrated, and then the markets above that are considered to be highly concentrated. And for that, I highlighted Moldova here, which is kind of lays somewhere on the line between moderately and going into highly concentrated. And the leader here is Romania with a very high score. While at the same time, Russia and Ukraine have a very, very low score, even on a global level, they're the leaders. And there's another way of looking at the same index, but over time, from 2011 to present day, and we can see for Moldova, so this is for Moldova, we can see certain, again, patterns where we're able, people, especially the people who are working here, who are the locals who work in the industry, you could probably look at the dates and correlate that with the market behaviors. Whenever there was certain acquisitions, you can see that the index would go up. And when there's a lot of growth and investment in the industry and the liberalization of the market that also happened around 2018, this is where you would see the indexes, the numbers drop. And this is now time for me to hand over the mic to my colleague, Alex.
I have my own mic.
You would need this.
Yeah, but I need. And now, my part. And we will take a look on some technical aspects of the market. And we will start from the upstream connectivity, like how Moldova is connected to the world, external connectivity of Moldovan ISPs. And I have to admit that we have this diagram it's from 2022. And since then, the diversity became even better, much better. And when I started looking into this thing, I found that it's like a spider web, you know, so many connections between Moldova and external world, and that it was just amazing. And I have to admit that Moldovan operators did a perfect job in this diversification. And that's important for the national resiliency. That's crucial for the national resiliency. If we compare this, for example, with Romania, we will see Romania is more developed country and everything, but the diversity here is lower. So you guys did a great job in these terms. And actually, you can track these things ourselves because we took this data from our tool, RIPE-RIS. You will have the presentation about RIPE-RIS tomorrow. My colleague Tees will deliver the full talk describing what it is. So if you're doing some research or you need some monitoring, you need some understanding, please take a look on this thing. Now, market readiness. If you have, this diversification in players, diversification in uplinks, we also want to understand how efficient is it. Because it's completely possible that you're using, this developed infrastructure on the next level, the logical level of BGP, not that efficiently. And unfortunately, we see that. And it's another topic to be discussed later. I have a full presentation about this thing tomorrow. I did it using our tool RIPE Atlas, and I will tell you what I did, what was the methodology, and what results I saw. But as a teaser, you see here the path from one point in Romania to another point in Moldova, with the distance between them exactly 16 kilometers, 16. And packet went through all this path to get from the first point to the second one. So definitely we have some issues here. They will be discussed tomorrow, but in terms of this presentation, we have to state that. And a couple of words about performance. We see that 3 countries we are discussing are doing approximately the same things. So we don't see critical differences between them. However, we have some quantitative differences. We have to admit that Moldova is in between of Ukraine and Romania. And we understand that Ukraine now in the war situation, so it is not a good reference. And probably there is some room for the improvement in terms of the network performance. Here we used the data from GSMA. But GSMA uses synthetic indicator formed from different parts. So probably it's good to take a look on the raw data. And we have this source of our data. It's our UCLA or speed test. You know speed test, everybody knows. So we see that during the last year, we had some improvements we had some improvements in round trip time, which went in average per country, went a little bit down for the mobile networks, but for fixed broadband, we saw something strange. Actually, I would say that theoretically, it's not good to see that, but in reality, we are speaking of the difference between approximately 2.8 and 3.5 milliseconds. That's the normal error of the measurement. So basically here, I would say that this a little bit bizarre graph should be considered as normal because the absolute values are low. So basically, what can I admit that Moldova is doing a good job here. We can compare with the world. You see that the average RTT is lower both for mobile networks, and fixed networks. In terms of the speed, we also see the progress with something, in the midst of the year, but it can be probably the results of some preparational processes, because after that we see a huge improvement. So probably it was the preparation for restructuring the infrastructure. So probably here we see no critical things. Moldova is definitely doing great. And if we take a look at the larger time scale, we will see that yes, the progress is evident. During the COVID, there is a spike, probably due to the COVID, and the internet connectivity due to the COVID was critical, and so probably many efforts was spent to provide this special result. But in general, we have a nice progress, and Moldova is number 2 in Eastern Europe after Poland in terms of this growth, which is really, really impressive. If we are talking about new protocols, now, by the way, today the graph is better. It's a little bit outdated. Now we have 18% for Moldova, which is good, but it's on the level of the first IPv6 deployment stage. That's completely perfect value for the first stage, but it's mean that Moldova just started the process. Moldova is far from be there yet. So with IPv6, we can state that yes, we see this protocol here, but the level of deployment is not is far from perfect. Enabling infrastructure, we go deeper and deeper. And now, let's take on the reliability index. There is a company, Curator Labs. The core components of this organization core competences are DDoS attacks and internet infrastructural incidents. And in terms of the BGP reliability, because they have to respond to these incidents, they are measuring internet all the time, and they are preparing the index of internet segment reliability, national segments reliability. What does it mean? It means it shows how many end users will suffer if one of autonomous systems in the country will fail. They collect data for the whole autonomous system and calculate this index. And you see that for that, the main factors of resiliency are first, players diversification, many players, higher index, more players, higher index. But also, even if you have a lot of players, but they are organized as a usual tree, like binary tree, the resiliency is still low because the failure of the top node will affect all the users below. So it's necessary not only to have many players in the country, but also to have a good interconnections between them. Two crucial factors. And you immediately see results for IPv6 and IPv4 Ukraine with this huge number of players. You saw that. Yelena explained you that the diversity of the market in Ukraine is huge. And the same with the connectivity. The connectivity is really developed. So even with all drawbacks we know about Ukrainian internet segment, Ukraine is number 10 or number 8. And that's before, due to the war, because before the war it was number 4 in the world. So it's really important to think about market diversification. We were talking about that not because we want to, to add some economical stuff to the technical presentation. No, it clearly and directly affects the technical things like internet resiliency in the country. And another factor of the local resiliency is internet exchange points, because they allow you to have an extra path inside your country. They provide you with additional connectivity options, and they provide you with a traffic localization, which is important, and I will explain tomorrow why. So we have 2 exchange points right now in Moldova, and unfortunately they are not overpopulated. You have like 100 operators. Approximately half of them are LARs, and we have 18 of them on the second internet exchange point, and 14 of them on the first one. This is far from good, but another factor why it's so, probably because these internet exchange points are not really developed. For example, they have only 3 services on them, which is definitely untypical for the region. Usually internet exchange points, even small ones, have a lot of services inside to, to attract players. That's something to be considered and something to be improved, because development of IXPs in the country will give you much more resilient infrastructure in terms of traffic, localization of traffic. You will have better quality of your interconnections between once again, local points. If you develop IXPs, you will have better access to the content, Google, Facebook, you name it. And we will discuss it during the next panel session. And your infrastructure will be more independent, which is also important. And if we take a look on the cable infrastructure of Moldova, Here, the situation is worst for the whole talk. Because according to the ITU data, International Telecommunication Union, it's a body inside United Nations. All governments participate in ITU work, so we are relying on the governmental data. And we don't know about Transnistria, and we do not cover Transnistria in this report almost. I saw that a couple of operators were mentioned, but without specific things. So we don't know here about Transnistria, but regarding other part of Moldova, we have only 2 external cross-border links, external cross-border points. One with Romania and one with Ukraine. And it creates, I would say, huge geopolitical and technical risks. And in case of outage or instability, if it will be not an unintentional incident, but some intentional efforts to break Moldova's connectivity, it could be easily done. There is no real backups in this case. And due to that, also, the traffic can take really inefficient route because, geographically, it's only 2 points, and to get to other parts, for example, of Ukraine, or go to, say, Hungary, traffic should go for some strange path. And it's not that good, once again, for the national segment of the internet, because you need to communicate with external players. And the summary of that we had a huge diversification on the IP level. IP level operators did a perfect job, which is not supported completely by the cable infrastructure operators. First guys are trying to have as many connections as possible, to connect everywhere, to be resilient, to be stable, to be efficient. And cable guys obviously don't support that. And now that's the time for Yelena to jump in back, and okay. Please.
How are we on time? What time is it?
It's sometime.
Okay, we don't have much time left. I will try to be very brief on this. Can you give me a clicker?
No.
Thanks. The security. So going back to the ISOC framework, referencing that. So as I mentioned, one of the 4 categories were security. Alex and I were both very interested to do the proper analysis on this. But due to the sake of time, and the fact that we do work with some really smart colleagues, we didn't have to do this type of analysis on our own. And here today, I'm not going to go into detail. I'm just going to tell you, if you are interested in routing security and wondering about the RPKI adoption in Moldova and the neighboring countries, you should follow the Tomorrow's talk by my colleague Kasim tomorrow afternoon. He will be able to have more time to explain in detail, properly explain this beautiful visualization that combines different types of information, not only the, as I mentioned, RPK adoption across the Moldavian networks, but also explain the centrality of the interconnection, the topology of the Moldovan networks. And again, he will also do the comparative analysis with other countries like Ukraine, where you can see that the image itself looks quite different going from one to the other. But that's tomorrow. And last but not least, Oh yes, this is a summary. I'm not going to repeat because I was listening carefully what Alex was saying, and he basically said everything that I was planning to say. So I didn't want to repeat stuff. Our main takeaway from this was that the connection diversity was done on the IP level, but the physical layer has left a lot to be desired and is actually devaluing the work of the network operators on the IP level. But yes, we have this table, so you can always reference it back. And last but not least, this is now going outside of the framework set by ISOC. And we figured that one of the overlooked components when it comes to internet resiliency of any country or any community is actually the work of building a strong and connected community on a national level, regional level. And this photo is from the last event that we as RIPE NCC organized here in Moldova. And the message is very simple. Look at this, what is happening? Anyway, the message is very simple. Strong community equals strong networks and leads to stronger resiliency. And the quote might be confusing to people. It's actually from a political campaign of Bill Clinton from 1992 that says, it's economy stupid, referencing that people are very often the key components in any structural systems. So it's all about us and our engagement. And last but not least, I just wanted to take one quick minute to give you a few pointers for the future to help us out. Alex and I and many different people, researchers who are doing similar types of analysis, we kindly ask you to do us a favor by doing several things. First, we rely heavily on PeeringDB as our data source. Very often we reference it and double check and triple check the records over there. So everyone who is the operator, IXP operator, please keep your PeeringDB records up to date to help us out. The second thing, as we mentioned, Alex mentioned that we are using our own data collection platforms and internet measurement platforms like RIPE Atlas and RIS. And in order for us to produce more accurate reports in the future, we would kindly ask you to help us out by hosting these probes and peering with the RIS. And the last point is, if you are interested in continuing this type of conversation with us, please join us for tomorrow at the RIPE Community Hour that is scheduled from 2 to 3:30, and we're very much looking forward to talking to you then. I'm not sure if you have any time for questions. If not, I think that we can move on with the panel and then just continue the discussion there and then leave the questions for the very end, if that's okay with you. Unless you have some burning questions for Alex or myself. I only speak English, but I think that translation could be helpful here.
Any questions? Maybe comments like you did everything wrong? Your interpretation sucks? No? No? Nobody? Okay, so thank you so much. And now we will have, thank you. Yep. Next part, we will have a discussion, a panel session, where we are going to discuss the current development of the internet in Moldova and future with a view from outside. We will have a local participant who will help us with the local view and maybe local ideas. And that's Anatoly Golovko from the Prime Minister Office, who is the cybersecurity expert. And yeah, Bahan will invite him in a minute. Then we will have Eric Andrei Bellew from Interlan. From Interlan is the prominent internet exchange point in Romania, and they are helping us to organize the event in Bucharest. We mentioned today several times, RIPE 91, and please take a seat on the stage. And the next participant will be our beloved Mikhail from ICANN, and I'm sorry I'm not able to memorize his title in ICANN because it's too long as for me. Yeah, okay, he has that, it's not important in Moldova. I completely agree with that. And the fourth speaker is Ban Avsepian. Yeah, you know him, he works for RIPE NCC, but also he established an internet exchange point in Armenia. That was his previous job. Yeah, so he knows well all the things. He can not only scream, he also is able to establish an internet exchange point. Anatoly will join us?
He will join us. He will join us.
Okay.
He is with us here, but he will join us.
Okay, so we have several perspectives from the conversation with local specialists. I gathered questions they asked, and I want to ask these questions, but I don't want you guys to focus exactly on the answers strictly to these things. Please think of that as a starting point to express your opinion about what is it now, and what you would expect as an external viewer, because you have your experience from your country or from different countries, your opinion. And we will start from the broadband. You remember this graph Elena showed before this HHI index. And obviously, we had a huge impact of the cable infrastructure growth 10 years ago. Exactly 10 years ago, Moldova started building the cable infrastructure, and a lot of new players emerged. And they started working and so on. But, you know, according to some standards by that time. And now, if we take a look on the map, Moldova is more or less covered. And yes, Moldova has the cable infrastructure, but still the distribution of the internet access speed is really uneven. And it's not, it's the question is if it's normal, if it's something to be considered as an issue for regulator, for government, for industry, or it's normal to have a low speed in the far region, in the, you know, really good access in Chisinau. What is good and what is bad? Why? Because there is no definition of what broadband is. You know, in the United States they have some regulations regarding what can be considered as a broadband and what's not. In Ukraine there is a regulation. There is no regulation in Europe, just goals. So it's not clear, and it should be developed from needs, from expectations, from everything. So I propose to choose who can start. Maybe Mikhail probably would go first because he started this topic on the first panel session, and probably now he can go a bit deeper, overviewing all this stuff.
Yeah, with pleasure. Let me switch to English as well to be on the same page with the other panelists. Okay, so you actually touched a very good point regarding the broadband, and which is more importantly the definition of the quality of the broadband, which defined by the several indicators, and not all of them are directly connected with the broadband. I mean, with the number of megabits or gigabits per second which you have to your device. It also depends on several other indicators like response time, like how many errors you have during you're trying to make the connectivity, to establish the connectivity, and the role of all the involved organizations and ISPs and everyone who stays in between of this long chain is really important. And for example, if the end users experience some problem with the internet, with the connectivity, he can't watch anything or he can't, download or upload the photos, he usually blames only one organization, his ISP provider. And you could not explain to him that it's not my fault, it depends on the connectivity, it depends on the transfer, and so on, so on. So what is important, I believe there will be in other talks, and there will not much more other arguments about what should ISP do with their clients and with their infrastructure. And I will not, dwell a lot on that. That is why I'm going to, That is why I think that there are some other indicators quite important as well, is the connectivity with other supporting parts of the infrastructure which define the quality of services. One of them is, I can't, stop talking about the DNS, as it's our primarily function at ICANN, and one of them is the DNS for sure. Speaking about the Moldova, I want to give you an example. Previously, several years ago when we did measurements, probably most of you know what the root DNS is. This is the server which starts every process of the domain resolving, which is actually the beginning of every link which you're typing or every application of every email which you're sending. And previously, there were almost no the root DNS servers inside Moldova. And due to some measurements, our colleagues from RIPE NCC were able to identify that up to 95% of all DNS requests were going to the neighboring Romania. They were not resolved inside Moldova, which creates a lot of, quite potentially dangerous interdependencies on those, interconnections. We were able to work with our partners here in Moldova, and starting from 2023, the IMRS server was installed in Moldova, and we see that the statistic improved, but there's still a lot of room to work. Another example which I want to bring is that starting from the next year, we at ICANN are starting to receive the new applications for new top-level domains. It means that now we have about 1,500 top-level domain names in the world. It's country code top-level domains like .md or .de for Germany, .cn for China, and so on, and lots of general TLDs like .com, .net, and so on. Starting from 2008, when the process of application will be over, there gonna be a lot of more TLDs in the internet, which will be served and maintained by the different infrastructure which is not in place yet. And there will be a question for all of you, all of the operators who maintain their recursive resolvers, how well you are connected to this new infrastructure which is serving new GTLDs, which will be in place very soon. because this is the way how your users will define the quality of the internet, their ability to resolve those domains, the time which is needed to do this process, and many other indicators. So that's very brief, like starting point about the some supporting infrastructure, which is also very valuable for this process, but always slipped out of the focus in those type of discussions between operators. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And before we will continue, I would announce that we have a replacement in the lineup, and we will have on the stage the expert of the Council of Europe, cybersecurity expert Vyacheslav, and he will join us in this discussion. And now I have a question probably for Eric, because maybe he can augment what Mikhail said, but also for IXP, it's, IXP is doing some planning, of course. Capacity planning is important, otherwise everything will be broken. So capacity planning for IXP depends on the demand from operators, and this internet access speed and everything clearly influences this demand. So probably Eric can share some view of Interlan, some experience of Interlan in these terms, when the industry is developing, how it goes, and what should be taken into the account.
Thank you. Yes, we built distributed internet exchange platform in Romania. This is due to the particularities of the Romanian market. As you showed previously, our HHI index is one of the not good one, so it's not a good one. So Romania has very, very, the market is, we have 3 players, it's very concentrated. And the first the first 3 players, they have almost 98% of the market. So all the other players have 2% of the market, and the biggest one has more than half. So it's he has almost 70%, because he was very aggressive in very low prices. So the situation now is that we have a lot of local players spread all over the country. The country is, let's say, big comparing to the neighboring countries, except Ukraine, of course. So we have very small players which are very far from our central hub is in Bucharest, of course. And Bucharest is also the main gateway for Romania. The transit providers are mainly there, not in other cities. So we built a distributed platform with internet exchange platform with local point of presence, which are on the same peering VLAN with Bucharest, because in those cities there are where we have POPs, there are only 2 or 3 players. So the intention and the purpose was to help the local providers to have connectivity to Bucharest, where all the providers are the big players and the transit providers and so on. We also built 2 international point of presence in Frankfurt and later in Sofia last year. These point of presence are for transit providers and for content providers. So if they cannot connect to Bucharest, they don't have presence in the region, They can connect to our Frankfurt gateway or Sofia gateway, recently implemented, and they can connect to the Interlan peering VLAN. So that's why we have this kind of distributed model, because we want to help the local providers to have connectivity, good connectivity, and of course to deliver good services to their customers. And you were speaking about Mikhail, about the DNS root servers. Some years ago, we noticed that we don't have so much root servers in Romania. There were like 5, if I remember correctly, and we started to attract more DNS root servers, and now we have 8, I think, or 9. Which is this number is similar to the neighboring capitals like Sofia and Belgrade. So we have a good number now, and also we this is very new information. Soon we will open up the second mRoot server in Europe. So this will be in Bucharest. The first one is in Paris. mRoot is from Asia. So we tried to add resources to the internet exchange. So this will be helpful for the local providers. And we also have a lot of resources. So the internet exchange is more attractive and more useful for the connecting.
So you
networks
smoothly went to the second topic I wanted to discuss. Actually, that's funny that I just understood that we are going to move this way. I mean that the first topic was covered heavily by Mikhail, but then we moved to you and probably to Vahan. I don't mean that nobody else can join, but then we will go to the last topic where I hope Vyacheslav will share his insights, because that's more or less about in line with his experience. But the second question, first for you and for Vahan, how to help Moldovan IXPs probably, or maybe you're going to open your third international point in Moldova, I don't know, to increase the competition. No, from other point, looks like, Dubai, Dubai. They have 2 exchange points and they are twice more population than in Moldova. So 2 IXPs for Moldova probably is normal, but they are not, looks like they are not attractive enough. So what the development you can expect in Moldova in these terms? What may be your insights or advices for this? And I do want to know your opinion and opinion of Vahan, because he also worked for IXP. And if somebody else can augment answers, I would be grateful.
Okay, I will be short. So we will not open a local internet exchange in Moldova, because there are already 2, and there are not so many networks. So building another one, it would not make sense from our point of view. And but we had some discussions to extend our peering VLAN to Chisinau. Yeah. So this is a completely different thing. But first, the connectivity, the link is more expensive than to Frankfurt. So I don't know. It was like this 5 years ago, and when we tried and did some discussions with the local networks. And the second thing is. The biggest players in Moldova are already connected on their own links to Bucharest. So we thought that this will not be a.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the development of
it
small
make sense
players
to
probably not your cup of tea. I mean. But maybe you can share, the ideas how to increase the importance for local IXPs, for local players, because they are definitely underpopulated.
Спасибо, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. You know, when I was invited to this session, I had a question. Why we discuss how to improve the internet in Moldova? Why is it us? Why not Moldova discussing this, and why us? Then I remembered that actually families go to a family psychologist or to a psychoanalytic, to a shrink, and initially families become friends with other families, and they see how things happen in other families. They see that these families bring up good kids, their relatives are great, and so on and so forth. Moldova is a good family pair, quite a great wife and husband. You know, if Moldova, Armenia, Kazakhstan, some other Arab countries, or if we take any other country that doesn't take into account the best practices of others, if this country doesn't pay attention to the bad examples of the other countries, by the way, this country cannot develop better than it used to develop until now. And this is why it's so important that these opinions from the outside exist, and we have to listen to these opinions. As for such a short deviation from the topic, well, this was a short deviation from the topic. Now, if we go to IXP and if we refer to some other critical infrastructure, first of all, we have to understand why you need this. And I am telling you based on my own experience, because when in 2010 we were developing the Armenian IXP, many providers would say, we already have our own links with other organizations, why do we need IXP in general? In 2010, this was probably not so important, but the market players, the players who were developing this IXP, they decided to do it for the future. And now this is even more important, because we have to understand that we have to provide quality services to the population, especially when we speak about digital services. And for this, we have to have a quality link, we have to have quality connections, we have to have a quality basement to provide quality services to the population. So, and I don't want to say that we have to have a quality rearming of the state, but this is some quality transformation of the state, of the community, of the people themselves. Thus, we can achieve the goals, taking into account all these components of a digital society, of the digital economy and the digital state. And then I have a question. What services exactly, or maybe should the state, for instance, provide for equal access to states and crucial to state services and to crucial infrastructure services? Should they provide equal access to all the people, regardless whether these people live in Chisinau or somewhere in the regions? So is this your question? Well, this is quite a rhetoric question. If the state has to have this responsibility, then the state services have to be provided at the same level, of the same quality to all the citizens from all the regions. And we do not refer to the quality, to the speed of the internet. We refer to the quality of the internet, and the access has to be equal. And for this, we need to measure the networks. We have to measure the quality to understand where these interventions to be undertaken. When we speak about IXP, we have to understand why we generally need all this. It's not needed only for the fact that provider A is linked to provider B. We need much more. This is needed for ensuring critically important infrastructure, to provide critically important content at a good quality to all the citizens of the country. Even in order to provide the same resilience of the infrastructure. And there might be totally different scenarios when something might go off rails. And if something goes off rails, then we have to have the possibility to somehow redress the situation. And IXP can provide quite an important infrastructure that will help us correct the situation, or it will not allow the situation to worsen even more. What's more important, I am trying to look for an equivalent right now, which would be for the better. Actually, the situation is not that bad. We do see development. But the drowning person is the only one to count on to get rescued. And it's not us who have to tell you, you have to do this and this and that. You have to take some best practices and you have to examine them and you have to understand how you should develop. All these organizations, RIPE, NCC, ICANN, ITU, other organizations, they can only help you. And you have to request from them, you have to require things from us. You have to tell us, we need this and that. And we will be ready to help you because we, the Organization for the Development of the Industry, we are the organization that helps the internet develop to become stable. And this is actually our mission. That's all.
We can't go to Moldova and tell Moldovan specialists what to do. We can, but we know what happened then. They will ignore us. And everything else, I do agree with you. I completely agree. If, Mihail, Vyacheslav, if you can something to add, please do. If not, we will go to the next question, which is also nicely connected to what Vahan said. That's nice that you guys, you feel the idea and you are, moving the discussion forward exactly the way I expected without my efforts. I'm impressed. If you want to add something, please.
Saudi?
Well, so I will speak the state language or Romanian language, better to say. Frankly speaking, today I am for the first time as an expert, because my experience is of more than 20 years as a prosecutor and the manager of the Department for Combating Organized Crime in the General Prosecutor Office. So I know from inside how risks are being developed and which are those risks that can bring a society that goes according to an idea of ad hoc development of internet services. Different internet and different services. It could be in digital economy, it could be in digital learning and studying. And in the Republic of Moldova, these services are very well developing. You could see in the first panel I was asking some questions, like which would be the protection for the society, because any action, any offense of the type of cybercrime or the type of cybersecurity makes vulnerable all of us, including the society of the Republic of Moldova. This is why I'll give a simple example. If you remember, there was a case, a quite resonating case, the blue whale. Have you heard about the blue whale? Yeah, in Russian it was syndicate. Blue whale, there was some games of the type of rolling games with a lot of questions, and the person simply had to fulfill several steps. And those steps could have been like the person had to sacrifice another person playing this blue whale game. So this is why for me the development of internet in Moldova, because it is increasing, it is growing, and our society is not ready to answer to such incidents. We have many organizations and many state institutions, many NGOs
We have some internet service provider companies, etc., who come to us with some lists of benefits, but the people do not know how to manage them. Like, for example, there are many cars with different traffic rules and different complexities, but before driving a car you should pass some training, and it's the same here with the internet. If you remember, Mr. Gaibo said previously that it would have been good to self-regulate the internet, but in my opinion the self-regulation of internet will bring the non-existence of a country, of a state as such. This is why, from the point of view of state security, the state should regulate the internet per category of domain, and depending on the critical infrastructure that should exist in different domains with various standards and ISOs, and after that the companies providing services in the IT domain should abide by those norms, which have to be approved at a governmental level. And this is not about a government decision, it is about a law at the state level. Since 2010 I was an expert with a committee of ministers in the Council of Europe for fighting against cybercrime, and from 2012 I was an United Nations expert, and we were discussing any actions and incident which would lead to which could lead any development in the information technology domain. And believe me, we being in this vulnerable geopolitical area with so many wars around us, we are not far from incidents like a cyber war. Because the cyber wars, they are not only on Earth. First of all, they attack the infrastructure of informational technology. It is like one simple model. We receive the salary, for example, now on bank card. Approximately 90% of people receive their salary on a bank card. All those transactions that we make, all bank transfers that are being made among companies and people are done through the state treasury. And believe me, this is not an obstacle, this is not a barrier for somebody to transfer all the money from the state treasury to another bank account. And now, such incidents like, for example, any information about the fraud through the instant messages like Viber, Telegram are very often found. Such scams, there are very many. I will not mention all of them. But for this, in parallel with the development of the internet, the society from Moldova should be prepared. And this preparedness should start in school. This is why I was giving the example of the blue whale, because unfortunately, some people are impacted by these, some children are impacted by these things. They are not educated yet, they are not formed yet, and we are our children and our future, and because they don't have enough training about this, they are impacted by some incidents like that. For a certain period of time, I was going in trolleybus, and I was looking around with people in trolleybus, and I would say like people 60 years old, 40 years old, in the morning at 7 a.m. they already are looking through the social media in their smartphones. I will not make an expertise of the social media, but people do not talk to each other. They are just using their smartphone. Everybody is looking through scrolling the smartphone. So I cannot criticize, but people should be prepared, because by this anybody could be affected. Everybody has his own way of thinking, and this is why the education should go in parallel, hand in hand with the development of internet. These were in general lines, because we don't have so much time. It's a lot of things could be said in this regard, but in my opinion, the society should be prepared, because the upcoming services like this digital signature, you know about the digital signature which we are using, but it is not promoted maybe for the lowest level of people who would pay for services using the digital signature. The digital signature, it is very welcome, but it is against payment. And this is in order to develop the internet. On the one hand, it should facilitate the connections for the society of Moldova. The society or people of Moldova should be trained how to use these facilities like internet or electronic signature, and they should know that they should have legal access to IT system, because people do not know that you don't have a possibility to open a website and to force the website without some security levels, because you could incur like civil or administrative or even criminal liability. So people would try to enter these closed blocks of websites. In a first way, we have heard about personal data protection. So personal data, they are not protected just to protect the information of the people. This personal data, according to our law on personal data protection, every information identifying the person could lead to the illegal processing of personal data. So on any social media, actually, because all of us practically have accounts on the social media, everybody is publishing various photos and images of themselves. And you have to know one thing: if you publish an image in the internet, they will stay there until when you are dead, because they would be copied from one profile to another. This is why people should be trained. They should understand what they are publishing and sharing, because tomorrow he could be blamed that he has brought some propaganda information, or he could act against the state security. So in parallel with the development, which is very good in Moldova, we should educate the society. Thank you.
So much. And yeah, the next question is, by the way, it's also in line with what you said, but you described the situation in the society, in the world society, and the fact that many people, especially not good educated people, are not using the proper technology like digital signatures and so on. But with the same, and the third question, the same we have inside the telecom industry. If you check the level of IPv6 adoption, we saw that it's according to different sources, it's from 14 to 18% in Moldova now. If you check the DNSSEC adoption, that's the security protocol, it's like 15%. If we check the RPKI validation, tomorrow we will have a special talk about that. My colleague Kasim will deliver the really deep insights regarding the topic. But still, the overview, it's less than 20%. The industry doesn't tend to go in line with the development of technologies, and that the question, why? What should be, what should be understood by the industry? How we, RIPE, NCC, and similar organization help? What government should do? Probably they also should be involved in that, because it's a global concern, and that the question probably I think that Vahan would start, but I think that here every participant have something to add. And for example, Eric, in Romania you have more IPv6, twice more IPv6 than in Moldova. How come? What can be used from the Romanian experience and so on?
So please, but we have 15 minutes, so be like 3 minutes per participant. I'll be very short, and I'll just share what we do in other countries as well. So, for example, in the Central Asia countries, we have the memorandums of understanding with the governments, and main internet operators like we did it in Uzbekistan or Tajikistan, or data of Tajikistan is fresh new. So what we do, we try to support the government and the society, technical community, how they can improve this infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure. We are using different instruments. We are organizing with ICANN the Internet Measurement Day, so they can understand how they can use different instruments provided by different organizations to measure the connectivity and measure the networks. We are, based on these MOUs, we are developing the action plans where the state and the participants of this MOU identify what do they need. Do they need the capacity development? Do they need the deployment of root servers? Do they need the deployment of DNS server? What they need, and based on that, we are also trying to provide them these resources. And this is
joint action. So we are discussing with them what do they need. And we're providing them some intelligence and data that we have, so they can also understand if they need, for example, 2 root servers, if they need 5 root servers, if they need 1 root server or 2 root servers in different geographical positions, locations, and what do they need to deploy, for example, IPv6, what they need to deploy, the routing security. And this is the thing that industrial organizations like, or industrial support organizations like RIPE NCC or ICANN or others can give you when there is a discussion, where there is a dialogue. So what we can do, we can provide this dialogue. We are ready for this dialogue. We are ready to support Moldova. And when I say we, I'm pretty sure all our industrial partners are ready for that once you have this request. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yep, Eric, please.
Yes. We started 10 years ago, the Romanian NOG, and this was a very good thing because now we have a big community, consolidated community. We have people that know each other, that collaborate, and I think this is one of the most important things we did during the time, because we supported the community to be active, to share information, and I recommend also for the Moldovan players to do the same, because without the community you don't have an ecosystem, and the ecosystem is very important because everybody should meet in the same place and discuss and share things, and this is the most important thing. And we, as an internet exchange, we work with the other players, and that's why we played this role in the Romanian community, along with other associations, to bring those players, including government and authorities, to this environment and discussions and so on. And a short thing about IPv6. We have a lot of IPv6, as you said, but well, it depends on the big networks, because I told you earlier that our market is very concentrated, so it depends on them to implement. I cannot speak on behalf of them, but I can speak on behalf of the small local players. So they have enough resources for their needs, and IPv6, they have IPv6 resources, but they don't use them at full capacity, let's say, because it's hard to implement. They have to change a lot of things in their network, and as I said, they still have a lot of IPv4, but
sounds like a procrastination description.
This is the reality from the field. So, but we have IPv6, and we, including at RONOG meetings and other events that we host, we are trying to bring you and your colleagues and other speakers to present, to explain about IPv6 and how to implement. And we also had training courses with RIPE NCC together with the RONOG. So we are trying to support the local players to implement IPv6.
Okay, great, thank you. That's really fruitful. Maybe Vyacheslav can support that, and the closing word will be from Mikhail. Let me explain something. Eric mentioned RONOG. And there is no such thing in Moldova yet. NOG. What's NOG? It's Network Operators Group. It's independent and neutral entity gathering operators to discuss operators' questions. It's not about marketing, how to sell something. It's not about politics. It's only about operators' questions, which are important for local operators. And many countries have NOGs. That's quite typical to have some NOG in country if the community is active. The last NOG created was the Ukrainian one. During the war, Ukraine emerged on NOG UA. And in November, there will be the second NOG UA meeting. By the way, you can go, it will be in Lviv. So it's the example. If it's necessary, it happens even during the war. And Moldova has no war, probably it's time to think about something like this, because I can be a witness that RONOG is really useful and really successful. It was established not a long time ago, but now it's an important thing for Moldova. So I do hope that tomorrow we will have a special community hour. We will discuss a similar thing, but maybe by tomorrow you will consider, establishing your own NOG, not necessarily by tomorrow, but maybe. And yeah, please, now, Vyacheslav, your turn.
Well, in general, I would agree to involve in various programs the internet service providers of Moldova and the agencies and governmental institutions, including the civil society. These programs, which could be attracted both by the internet providers and by the state institutions, I think in these programs we should focus on the development of some IT services, but in parallel with the training of the society. For example, we in the Republic of Moldova, we have this community, internet community. And in my opinion, if as many people as possible will join this community and will be part of this, because the internet community is a non-profit community, but it is a community with various types of information and in which we can attract various professionals who could send information about various things, because me or any other speakers, we don't know what could happen and what would come and what risks could arise after the development of the internet services. This is why the programs that are offered by RIPE and by ICANN and other organizations like Iana Concord and etc., which could come and give some information both for the governmental sector and for the investigation sector and for the social sector. This is why the internet community that exists now in the Republic of Moldova is very good in my opinion, only that it should develop a policy of referring the of addressing the services to the population, of explaining the population what the services are about, and why not some trainings for the population, some direct involvement in different situations of a different type. This would be my comment.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah. It was really important. Yeah. And what I have to repeat. Yeah. Here in Moldova, yes, you have the Internet Society. Of course, it's not that technical. It's not, focused on the operator's background. But still, it's an important organization. And moreover, it's our host, one of two our hosts. So, yeah, we have to be thankful that this organization exists. It helps us, and probably it also can be involved in these things. And now, the last word from
Mikhail, please share your thoughts or something.
Yeah, sure. With pleasure. So, it's quite symbolic that I have the last word in this conversation, because I want to partly echo to what have already been said by the panelists. And yes, so to solve this problem, first, then the most important thing for sure is that the government should be aware of those problems, which like the first step to preparing the solution. The tricky part is that the proper expertise about all those things, the list of the problem which we have mentioned during the conversation, is concentrated in a different parts and in different organizations. For example, we have the ICANN and ICANN meetings and ICANN community, which is all about the DNS and domain names. We have RIPE meetings, which is all about the IP connectivity, routing, security, and so on. And have the bunch of different organizations responsible for their areas of like responsibilities, like a part of it. And at the end, it's all become kind of, engagement. But what is important is that it's a two-way communication. We are coming to the countries for sure with the conferences like this one, with the events like this one, and do some like educational tours and courses and trainings explaining what is happening. But also we encourage people to come to us, because we have constantly available like windows where everybody can come and ask their questions. Just to give an example, at ICANN we have the specific like sub-organization which is called the Government Advisory Committee. This is a specific body, a community body, which gathers representatives of the ministries of communication from almost all over the world. Now we have representatives of 180 countries, I believe. And this is the constantly working body which on a constant manner makes a mailing list, makes their gathering, makes their votings on some problems which are directly related to the ICANN mission and ICANN focus. And I would say that RIPE NCC and many other organizations have the same opportunity. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But what is
right?
Absolutely. So what is important again, that this is not only we are coming to the countries and doing all those trainings, but it's important also to have the feedback, and you are coming to us for the expertise. Wrapping it up, I can say that the primarily role of the government, as I understand that, is not even do something specific, but creating the environment when something is possible, right? That's the politics is the art of the possible, right? Who is the actor in this situation? This is probably the business, because who did the internet, and thanks to whom the internet is working? It's mostly to the business part, right? Because everything which you have in your pockets, every application which you have on your device, every service which you are using were created by commercial companies. And the governments were making the environment when everything became possible. That's my understanding, and we can discuss that for sure. You have your own opinion on that, and that is completely normal. That business actually the one who is moving, who is making the major move, and the government is on a position to allow them to do it and to encourage them to do this. That's what I wanted to add to the role of the government.
So basically, you are with previous speakers, community first, and the support that the enabling from government like this, and probably it's kind of consensus, but I believe that Vyacheslav wants to add something.
Well, to add to what my colleague said, so besides the government, we have a law number 20 on preventing and fighting against cybercrime. Some time ago, we proposed that under the President or under the Prime Minister to organize a national level committee with representatives from various areas, namely to work on these topics of developing and implementing IT or international technologies in the Republic of Moldova. So to create this consultative committee, including, for example, Minister of Digitalization, General Prosecutor, Minister of Interior, and so on, those people who are on the first line and who develop such technologies on the one side, and from the other side, representatives of the law enforcement authorities that are defending the rights of the citizens in this cyber domain. We have to involve here also the banking sector because we all are keeping the money on some bank accounts. The banking system is a closed system, but the virtual coin, virtual electronic coin, well, it's not electronic, but the money that we keep on our virtual accounts could be very easily stolen from our virtual accounts. And those wallets that are kept in our banking sector, they should also be part of the regulations. This is why this committee should be multifunctional and should include many aspects. And we propose to have such a committee under the Prime Minister or under the President in case of some incidents, in case of development. So the law enforcement bodies and the investigative body, they should know what risks could arise as a result of the developments. And besides this consultative committee, which could come with some ideas and some orders and some proposals for implementation and development of the society, we should have, besides these rights, there should be some obligations. Obligations which, again, we as a society should ask from those people whom we empowered, to whom we have given our rights to fulfill our rights in the virtual area. So it would be very good to have such organization or committee, because these are consultative committees, but a consultation between 2, 3 or 5 people would lead to a result which would benefit both the civil society of Moldova and the providers and the banking business sector.
Yeah, we have to wrap up completely, but I have to answer probably, or to add a small note that we are providing consultancy for such bodies regularly, and if you need our expertise, our knowledge regarding the parts we are responsible for, we are happy to help, I can assure. And we have only 3 things left. Let's start from the first one, which is logical. Do we have a question? Nobody wants to add something or ask something. Everything is clear. No any question. Okay, so we have. Oh yeah. So, sorry. Please, we have a question. Could you please provide our participant with the mic? Yeah, let me do that. Please.
Așa. Da, în română pot să dau o întrebare pentru...
I will ask the question in Romanian about the internet exchange. Do you understand Romanian? I think so, yes. My question is the interconnection points. Do you locate them only in large cities, or were you thinking also how you can place a virtual internet exchange point for the entire country? Do you have like a knowledge, experience, a practice about that? So we did the interconnection points in the place where there was a demand, where we had networks that were active and that wanted to connect to the internet exchange. I'm not sure that I understood very well the idea with the virtual internet exchange. What are you referring to when you're saying virtual exchange? The problem is that the regional operators do not have sources, and an internet exchange will be welcome to increase the level of security and the operator, the monopolist, the only one, would not be able to disconnect the internet to the local operator. No, you should not perceive the IXP as is like that. It's an interconnection between several networks. So instead, each network connect to each network separately. All the networks go to the same point, and there it is easier to manage and to make this connection. And because we have the IXPs, it makes the network more redundant, and it has the possibility to adjust, because the internet network, if it is decentralized, automatically the packets that circulate between 2 points, users and suppliers, they can be rerouted in any direction to any direction, and the internet exchange is helping to do this, because this is the place all of these networks meet. And the more points we have, because any situation could occur, but the more we have, the easier it is to solve by the operators.
I think that there are some more questions and some more discussion about this topic, because I expect infrastructure. It's a huge topic, and many things can be done there. And also, there is another aspect, like large maybe oligopolists, several oligopolists, and large amount of small operators. They are basically fighting, and maybe something in these terms can be discussed. But I do believe that it's discussion for the community hour tomorrow, and I believe that Eric will take part in the community hour. So please visit us tomorrow, and we can continue this topic, because that's really important. And I do agree that I do agree with all aspects you mentioned. And do we have another question, opinion? 3, 2, 1, no. Okay, so we have only 2 things left. First one, we have to thank our participants. And the second thing, we have to go to our dinner. We will have our buses in front of the hotel, and I hope to see all of you there. It will be outside of the city. It is Asconi restaurant. That's a nice, really cozy place. And I hope that the third thing, to have a good time this evening, will be done properly. Thank you so much.